Lunenburg Finance Committee meeting. In accordance with the requirements of the open meeting law, please be advised that this meeting is being recorded and broadcast over the Lunenburg Public Access channel and on Facebook Live on the Public Access Facebook page, and will be uploaded to the Lunenburg Access YouTube channel after the meeting. For anyone interested, you can go to lunenburgma.gov under calendar. There's an agenda for the meeting which lists the Zoom as well as the phone to participate in the meeting. And with that, if we can stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so we have one member, Jay, who was unable to join us tonight. Anna is just running a little late, and then Tom Gray is on Zoom, which means we will have to do roll call votes for everything tonight. In general, tonight is about voting on articles. We had a public hearing a couple weeks ago. We've allowed kind of public comment throughout our entire process this year. So I would ask that, I think we've all had a long season. Many of us even watched the school committee last night till the late hours, select board the night before. So, I'm not going to discourage public comment and public hearing, but, let's keep it short if possible and let us get on to the votes. And then we have to workshop our final report just because we're running late on time. For announcements, I think the big one is just town meeting now, May 3rd, 2025. We'll pretty much wrap up our budget season business tonight. We can talk about at the end if we need additional meetings between now and town meeting, but we may get some time off in April. All right. With that, is there any public comment from the public?
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
John Bowen, 162 Highland Street. Forgive me. My public comment is with regard to the DPW's request for $50,000 for road expansion in the Upper North Cemetery. I know you're going to touch on that budget, but I don't know if you're going to touch on that specific item. So on that particular item, there's no topography map up there. There's really no plan for that entire development of that area. They're just going to throw a road down on its existing surface. So obviously dig down, put some rock, and then put some tar down. That's all they're going to do. My concern with that is that, as I had raised at the last meeting, that does not facilitate the actual need of the North Cemetery or the South Cemetery in its entirety. Now, if we look at the Select Board meeting yesterday, they opted not to do crack sealing. They didn't want to do crack sealing because they found a better option. At the last Finance Committee meeting, I gave a better option, and I know this board nodded their head and took it into consideration, my statement that applying electricity is the same cost, $50,000. That electricity, by the plan that the DPW has that was set up by Todd Holman, okay, and discussed with the DPW and discussed with the Cemetery Commission, who opted not to put it on the table, well, on Highland Street and Holman Street, light up the flagpole, put electricity in that area, go inside the cemetery, light up the 4 veterans flags, in the veterans area, and the plaque that highlights the names of the Revolutionary War veterans, and some other plaques over in that area. It'll also provide additional electricity for the mausoleum. In the South Cemetery, it'll do the same. It'll highlight the sign, as in the North Cemetery, the flagpole inside, the veterans area. That's $50,000. But it also provides an electrical service into the cemetery that does not exist to this day. That is a much more viable option to do than would be to put something down over something that doesn't have a full plan. And we've discussed this, and this board has said, no plan, no money. And I hope that you will take that tonight as no plan, no money. But the electricity has a plan, and it's $50,000. If you would like to spend the taxpayers' $50,000 that's been allotted for that, I would recommend some sort of alteration or change request to that to be able to do the electricity, which would basically be utility useful. And then that could lead to, you know, using that kind of electrical apparatus to be able to run plumbing later, to do sprinklers, or to do other things. Do you know what I mean? Because we already have a service in there. So now that's a 20-year, 30-year usability instead of a road that's going to end up having to be redone, okay, because that's not done right proper up top there. There's wetlands, there's water issues. None of that's been done by Dulles and Roy. They only did a survey plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave Passios?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Dave Passios, Presidential Highway, Jefferson, New Hampshire, formerly of Lunenburg. Just would like to talk to you
Dave, can you
guys.
hold on?
Yep, I can.
Every meeting.
Is there an issue from my end or something else?
We have no audio in here from the Zoom.
Working on it now.
Maybe see if Dave wants to test. Dave, do you want to test?
If you can, please.
I don't think Dave can hear us at all.
Dave, say
I
something.
can hear you, but I can
I'm
hear
here.
you low.
No, we cannot hear them.
Yeah, can you guys hear me in the hall now?
We cannot hear them.
You cannot hear me whatsoever.
I guess I'm good on Zoom. I don't know about in the hall.
I think what we're hearing is them in there on the Zoom. Yeah.
I think this is what happened last time that Joe had to correct. Maybe? You're going to call Joe.
Maybe we should spend the $50,000 on speakers for
Yeah, I don't know what it is. Sure.
Joe on the phone for directions.
We should write this down so when it happens, they have some type of record of it.
Mind give me a quick test?
Can someone test?
Yep, I can test.
No, it's the same volume.
This is Dave Passios. Can you hear me?
We can hear them, but it's extremely faint. There is audio, but it's extremely faint.
It sounds like while we're hearing the speakers off that TV.
That's where all we're hearing is in there.
I'll be here to fix that momentarily.
Yeah.
Do we have, where, is there speakers in here?
This is Tom. Can you hear me?
Is that like,
That's a screen.
They can't. They're having problems with their audio in the Bellata meeting room, Tom.
okay. We have.
Oh, wow, you guys waited? I'm sorry.
We did.
Can someone try to talk again?
Yep.
Oh, my God.
Testing.
Nothing.
Got it.
Test one, test one, test one. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, John, but they can't hear you.
Okay.
It's the audio system in the hall itself.
Yeah, they can hear in there, they can't put it out here.
I feel so AJ, hey, I love the red. Thank you.
It's like it's coming out of the TV, but it's very quiet.
Every time you come in, you smell smell like really good food, and I'm just like, what did you cook?
I didn't because I have a husband. Thank you for busting me.
I don't cook.
I'm starving. I was starving. Like I am not going to worry about food. He made roasted chicken thighs. Really nice silence and broccoli with olive oil, and then he.
But Tom's,
I like beans, seasoned beans, and he had roasted vegetables before, which is squash and Brussels sprouts.
See, I married an Italian man because I'm Irish and we can't cook. Well, we can, but I don't love it.
You got that card, just use it.
I don't like it, so I'm very lucky. But I'm like, Anna always comes in and I don't know what she's having for dinner. It smells delicious.
I'm sorry.
No, it's
And like, I didn't smell that way until I walked in there. It's just like, you walk it out.
no, I like it. I'm not complete. Okay, but I'm like, oh no. It's too
It's hot here today, huh?
It's hot. I do.
Tense there now?
It's very tense, but I work for the Bloomberg Center for Cities, so we have a gift. So none of our funding is affected. There's a hiring freeze, but it also does not affect us because we have a gift that is large. So, but yeah, I work with multiple cities on multiple areas, including finance, procurement, collaboration, innovation. So, all connected. Our cities are over 100,000 in population, so it's kind of different. They can hear. They can hear us? Oh, I don't care.
Yeah, we can.
They can look this up on
I'm
Google.
like, how did you think of my dinner?
I loved your dinner.
No, I'm talking. Someone at home sent a text me.
Say we could hear you talking about the dinner. Well, you can text them back and say, my neighbor here is jealous of all the smells. I can move this. Were you in finance before you retired? You were a school teacher? No, I was in finance. Oh, okay. You hate it. So you're similar. My son went there. He loved it. Shouldn't you? It's easy from there. It's a compliment. She comes in with, because I come right here from campus.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, and I forgot to eat lunch today.
I'll get something to eat down there.
No. It's the sound. You know, every single week, the sound starts and I say hi on the Zoom and then it just trickles out. Every week. Every single week. It's the first time you watch change. No. Is it?
I'm like, ooh, the fashion frame.
if you go into SharePoint, it will be the at the root level, I think. But if you don't go into documents, just to home, it will be one of the newest documents that shows. Click on Finance Committee. And then this one.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, a couple times.
Can you show me the path that you took here? Sitting down the budget material. Right here?
If you think if you go to the home, yeah.
Yeah.
And docs?
Yeah.
Well, we'll just,
Just go home again.
it will show up as one of the
And
ones.
then you just had it as draft,
This one. All right. Thanks.
He's our attorney.
Oh, he's the town attorney? Okay.
Can they test again?
Can someone test?
Yep.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Are you hearing that from in there? Yeah.
I can't hear it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Possibly a setting you're going to
ARPA update.
Is there a way for them to put questions, comments in the chat? And we can read them.
I would
We do not
suggest
put that.
update Tom for votes,
Wait.
so I need to be able to hear him.
He can't put an answer in the chat for a vote.
I doubt it.
I mean, we don't have ADA compliance, obviously, for this situation.
Yeah.
Some kid or something. So,
Chris.
Can you try one more time, please?
Testing.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
I guess I can kind of hear it, so.
Oh,
Tom, Gray, can you try? We'll get an echo.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Okay, we're good.
Are you getting it from me? Does that matter?
No, it's from there, but I get an echo if you have it on.
I know, I can't turn it off.
I think it's just coming from your office.
It's acceptable. I don't know why it's, all right, Dave, we can hear you.
Okay, Dave Passios again, Presidential Highway Jefferson, formerly member of this commission and resident of Lunenburg. Speaking to you this at the beginning of the meeting here, reference to your item 7A on your agenda this evening, which is the reserve account request for transfer. I'm not speaking against the transfers per se itself. I just caution the committee that this account is strictly intended to cover emergencies, and part of the process when there's a need for additional funds for an item within the department is the first go-to is available funds within line items within the department. Once that is exhausted, if there's a need to do an emergency repair or something to that effect that is a true emergency, then it's appropriate to come to the Finance Committee. It should not be treated like a piggy bank that, oh, our line item is short or we have an unanticipated repair, but we do have some money somewhere else in the budget in our department that could cover it. I'm just bringing that up because overspending an appropriation and then coming to you folks for a transfer out of the reserve account to cover it is totally inappropriate. I'll leave it at that, and like I said, this was not to speak against the transfer requested this evening, just a little bit of background on what the reserve account is for and how it should be disseminated. You still have a quarter left in the fiscal year. If you do have a true unexpected emergency or catastrophic event, that's the only account you can get money out of without going to town meeting. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. All right, any other public comment from the public? All right, any public comment from the committee? Okay. Chief, are you here for that one article?
I am.
Should I make you wait all night for that? Why don't we take that article now?
Thank you.
If I call you, I don't want to wait, so.
Thank you. Again, the request for the reserve fund transfer is our vehicle maintenance line. We've run into a significant repair on the primary ambulance. Specifically, the diesel particulate filter is going bad. Also, possibly the exhaust gas recirculating valve. This is probably going to be in the neighborhood of a 10 grand repair job. In vehicle maintenance, I have probably $7,900 left for the year, which will just about cover fuel for the year. Our vehicle maintenance line covers fuel, normal wear and tear, and usually one significant repair. We've already had a couple of significant repairs, as I've detailed out to you this year. To Mr. Passios' point, yeah, in theory, there's money still in the expense lines. We also have a whole bunch of other things that we also need to get done by the end of the year for that as well. So, again, the vehicle maintenance is the concern. I have control over other things in the budget that we can stay easily within budget, but an emergency repair like that is not something that we can plan for. So.
Yeah, so the reserve account is there for unanticipated expenses. The reserve account has been significantly increased over the last few years, and I think that's good practice. It allows for almost a risk management approach to not overly conservative budgeting in order to move, mini slush funds all over the place. So I'm in favor of this, but I would open it up if there's any questions from the board.
Chief, how much, do you have a expense line for equipment repair or vehicle repair?
For what?
On your budget?
Yeah.
Or that addresses vehicle maintenance or?
We have lines for purchase of service, purchase of parts, and fuel.
And
So,
how much is that line? Usually?
I believe one is 15, one is 17.
Okay.
And then we have fuel.
So this is like more than a third of that?
Correct.
So unless you over budgeted that by,
Vehicle maintenance is always a shot in the dark.
Right.
We budget for what we think we can. I've asked for increases. I've asked for an increase again this year because of increases in parts, costs. We handle a lot of it through DPW with their mechanic,
Right.
but this is something that's beyond him that we have to farm out. So, and that would have to go over to Ricky's Towing and Leominster.
so you have 17 and 10, that's
Right.
27.
Right.
And this one, you said the total would be
Right.
about,
This is going to be at the top end 10 grand, probably in the 8 to 10 grand range. This is one of those things I don't know until I get in there.
Exactly.
It's a guess, and a good strong estimate looking at it. One of DPW's trucks is sitting over there with the same problem, and theirs is bigger.
right, and do you usually have extra money on those two account lines?
No, usually vehicle maintenance, we're pretty close.
Right.
In fact, whenever I've come before the Finance Committee about a reserve fund transfer, it's always vehicle maintenance, because we hit, if we hit an unusual repair.
Right.
One year, it was, one of the pumps needed a $20,000 rebuild.
Right.
So,
Yeah, and it doesn't, in another way, it doesn't really make sense for you to always be budgeting, an extra 40% every year when you're looking at it once every 5 years, you need a little extra.
the general thought we've always done is cover fuel, cover annual service maintenance, and at least budget for one significant repair.
Right, okay.
This year's been bad.
Yeah, no, it sounds like it. Thank you, that's it.
What's the planned lifespan of that ambulance?
That ambulance, with my lifespan, would be 12 years.
Oh, what is it?
It's a 19, so it will be 6 years old in the fall. It's at 71,000. When the new ambulance finally comes in, this one will rotate to be the backup ambulance, so it won't be going out as much.
So you're gonna have this around for a while?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not going anywhere, so it'll just rotate to be the second ambulance out.
Any other questions? I believe I did send this to everyone a while back, so the official transfer would be for $12,000. I would entertain a motion to reserve. Does it say in here where I transfer it to? Oh, it's here, okay. So I'd entertain a motion to request a reserve fund transfer of $12,000 to cover unanticipated overages in the fire department's vehicle maintenance budget.
I second that.
All right, any other discussion? All right, roll call vote, Tom Gray? Aye. Mike?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Tanya?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
And an aye for myself.
Thank you.
Okay, so next up on the agenda, which I guess is back in the agenda, well, you don't have a town manager or finance director report, do you? Okay. Would be public hearing. So typically, we do public hearing on the town manager's final budget, but because of scheduling and the amount of time it takes to officially put it in a paper per our I think, charter. We had to do it this week. So what we're going to do is do public hearing on the article. So with that, I would entertain a motion to enter into public hearing.
So second?
So moved. Say so moved.
Oh, so moved. Me?
Yes. And now I need a second.
Oh,
All right. All those in favor, roll call vote. Tom Gray. Aye. Aye. Anna.
aye.
Tanya.
Aye.
Jean.
Aye.
And an aye for myself. All right, so I think the way I'd like to run this is, we'll have town manager go through the warrant articles, summarizing them, because we did it last week. And then we can, I guess I'll ask you guys, we can either go through them all and then vote afterwards, or vote as we go through them. Either way, we got to vote, on each of the articles.
I think we should vote for them
Mr. Chair,
as we
with
go
most
through.
experience, do you have a suggestion?
I guess my suggestion would be to vote as we go through them.
I agree.
Yes.
Okay. So with that,
Sounds like we have our audio working, maybe, Mr. Chairman. So good evening through you to the Finance Committee. I think we're finally almost at the home stretch here, so thanks for the perseverance through this season. If you'd like me to just start, Article 1 is reports of committees. This is to accept the town report, and we will be hearing likely 2 oral reports, one from the Stormwater Task Force and one from the Budget Task Force. I'll pause for questions between each one, if that's okay, or from the committee?
yeah, from the committee. So what we tend to do on these is recommend no financial impact. So I would say on this one, we should do no financial impact. Now, generally speaking, it's sometimes easier for the minute taker if the same person makes the motion and the same person seconds, but we don't have to do it that way. So if someone wants to be the motioner.
Wait, we're not taking the minute taker, are we?
What?
We're not the minute taker.
No, but yeah, she needs to go through 34 articles and figure out
Okay,
who's.
just tell me what you do, it's much easier than...
All right, do you want to make the motions?
Okay, I make a
So-
motion to approve, I make a motion that Article 1 is no financial impact.
And then you want someone to second it.
Yeah.
All the same person every time.
We don't
I
have to,
will
but.
second it.
Okay.
You will make the motion, I will second it.
Okay.
If I agree,
Okay. Yeah.
which I will.
All right, so the motion has been made for no financial impact. Any other discussions? All right, roll call vote. Tom?
Aye.
Mike? All right. Anna?
Aye.
Tanya?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
Aye for myself, unanimous, 6-0.
Okay, Article number 2 is a new article for this year. It allows us to borrow in anticipation of revenue, should there be a revenue shortfall for any reason. It's a fail-safe article that would unlikely to be implemented.
Do you think there's a financial impact on this one?
There would be a financial impact if we got into a situation where we need to exercise this article.
There would probably be interest.
I know the select board
on the borrowed money.
usually don't, what was that they did?
The select board recommended this article, 5-0.
Okay.
So in the warrant, it does show the select board's recommendation if they've made one.
Okay.
And they did recommend 5-0.
Do you want to maybe lead this? Because usually you know those
Okay, so
before.
how about I do this? I would-
Let me clarify, there's no monetary amount at this town meeting. What this does is establish a mechanism that if throughout the fiscal year, we run into a revenue shortfall for some reason where revenues are not coming in as expected and we're having a cash shortfall in order to pay our bills, but we could anticipate, for example, say we were short on revenues right before the motor vehicle excise taxes start to come in, that we could borrow in anticipation of that revenue. So you don't know the dollar figure, but it is a finance article.
So why don't I do it this way? I'll entertain a motion to recommend approval of this article. Say so moved.
So moved.
And then I need a second.
I second.
Okay. Any further discussion?
No.
All right, roll call vote. Tom?
Aye.
Mike? Aye. Anna?
Aye.
Tanya?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
All right, and an aye for myself.
Okay, the next article is similar to the prior article, and this would authorize the town that we could expend funds, Chapter 90 funds, in anticipation of the reimbursement by the state of those same funds. And the Select Board did recommend approval of this article.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay, I would entertain a motion to recommend approval of this item.
So moved.
I second.
All right. Any further discussion? Roll call vote. Tom?
Aye.
Mike? Aye. Anna?
Aye.
Tanya?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
And an aye for myself.
Okay, the next article is to set the spending limits on our various revolving funds. Those spending limits are outlined within the article. The Select Board did recommend approval of this article.
All right, any discussion or questions? All right. I would entertain a motion to recommend approval of Article 4.
So moved.
I second.
All right, any additional discussion? Roll call vote. Tom?
Aye.
Mike? Aye. Anna?
Aye.
Tanya?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
And an aye for myself.
Article 5 is to authorize the payment of expenditures from prior fiscal years. There are none known at this time. The Select Board deferred to town meeting.
All right, so if there's none, I would also say that we should recommend deferral. Any questions? All right, I'd entertain a motion to recommend deferral on Article 5.
So moved.
And seconded.
All right, roll call vote. Tom?
Aye.
Mike? Aye. Anna?
Aye.
Tanya?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
And an aye for myself.
Article 6 is FY25 budget adjustments, transfers within budget lines. There are none known at this time. The Select Board has deferred.
Okay, I just do want to note for everyone that the article numbers might change next week. So just keep that in mind if you're taking notes, and that they try to do it so it expedites the... Okay, so Article 6. So I would entertain a motion to recommend deferral.
So moved.
I second.
All right, any additional questions or discussion? All right, roll call vote. Tom?
Aye.
Mike? Aye. Anna?
Aye.
Tanya?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
And an aye for myself.
Article 7 is closeouts from FY25. There is the school department unanticipated special education move-in at $50,000 and the snow and ice deficiency at $415,000. Contained within the summary of this article is a notation that these are the estimates at the time of print, but the numbers may change at town meeting. They actually may be lower at town meeting, and accordingly, because they may change, the Select Board did vote to defer.
What's the, you think that's likely to change?
I think that snow and ice is going to be closer to $400,000, and I believe that the school department, at last discussion of this, they were going to try to find ways to cover that $50,000 within their current budget in some manner.
Okay. So based on that, that would be a pretty, big change. I would also recommend that we defer. Is everyone in agreement? Mm-hmm. Okay. So I'd entertain a motion to recommend deferral on Article 7.
So moved.
Second.
All right, any additional discussion? All right, roll call vote. Tom?
Aye.
Mike? Aye. Anna?
Aye.
Tanya?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
Aye for myself.
Okay, Article 8 is the FY26 capital program. There's a variety of projects totaling $1,225,000. It was recommended by the Select Board, and we have discussed previously some details about what each of those are.
Okay, and then it shows the planned funding sources at the bottom.
Correct.
All right, is there any questions or discussions on any of these? Okay,
We already covered before. So.
yeah.
Chair, discussion. It says that capital item that I discussed.
Which one, which number?
20.
What was it again?
It was the $50,000 for...
Number 20.
Is it number 20? Okay, yeah, she has to, I can't see it. Thank you. It's number 20. That was the road work issue, up in that upper section of the North Cemetery, opting to change that out if this board is willing to expend those funds. The only actual plan that I am aware of that I know was presented is that electrical plan, which provides better utility-type service, to the entire cemetery, both of them. So I think that's a better option. Just so you know, there's a $4,600 skirt being done that's already been allotted in the South Cemetery for the Veterans area, and that's where that electricity is going to go, and they can all go in at the same time because that project's not slated to start until May.
Okay, but DPW did recommend this?
Yeah, that's the, that was the concern, is that DPW made a recommendation to put the road, but if you listen to the Cemetery Commission meeting the other day, even though DPW says, yeah, we recommended it, we have 80 graves, we don't need to build out an area, we only sell 10 graves a year. They made that clear, okay? If you're selling 10 graves a year, even if you did 20 graves a year, you still have 4 years to be able to get that all done right up there with a plan. So what you're talking about is that the DPW did confirm that it could be done in 3 years, but they're ready, is what he said. They're ready to do it now, which they could do it now, okay? The problem is that there's no notice of intent to conservation, there's no notice of intent to Chris Leclerc, land use, Chris. So they really don't have a plan. So I think it's a pressure issue that get it done. And the other thing is that I know that there has been a family in town who's been requesting to move a family member up into that area, and there are some patronage emails to that I've raised. Just so you know, that the Cemetery Commission, I think, is pushing this forward for another patronage issue. That's, and I have that evidence from public record information, but that's not the primary issue, okay, that I'm looking at. What I'm looking at is I'm looking at putting down roads in an area next to a wetland when there's no notice of intent to conservation, there's no notice of intent submitted by the DPW, there's no plot plan of how that's going to be set up. The only thing that's done up there is a survey, boundary line areas. There's no plan for anything else. Where do the graves go? How do they go?
John, I think we understand.
Yeah, so, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, and did I have another hand of someone? All right, Dave?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Dave Passios again, Jefferson, New Hampshire, Presidential Highway. As everybody knows, that the previous commenter has been hammering away at this for months now. The DPW director submitted these proposals as normal procedure for the capital planning process. To my knowledge, the electrical plan that's been referenced by the previous speaker was not brought forward by the DPW director, so it's not on the table. And in the last couple of meetings that the DPW director has been talking about this expansion, especially the Cemetery Commission meeting a week or so ago, his general comments were that you don't do this overnight. So yes, I do agree, and I'm paraphrasing what he said. It's on the tape. Yes, I do agree we should start with the next phase, which is exactly what the previous speaker said hasn't been done yet. It's because those steps have not been funded yet. It's a step-by-step process, just like any other project where you have 1 or 2 engineering stages, verification by appropriate boards and commissions, and then you get the funding for the actual project. expanding the cemetery area could be upwards to 3 to 5 years out, if I remember the DPW director saying, for its completion. So this needs to stay intact as it's been presented. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dave. All right, so I'm not going to entertain patronage issues and all that kind of stuff. I do think there's a process by which that could be dealt with if there was merits to it. I will say that the Capital Planning Committee did rank this. It is part of a 10-year plan. A lot of the issues of alerting neighbors and getting conservation and all that sort of is part of this item. So there's also going to be a new cemetery commission, come that by the time this is in place, that can, change direction if they so choose or recommend changing directions. I do trust the DPW director, so my inclination would be to stick with the items from the capital plan and just be cautious as we move forward if that's the, any other comments?
And just to add to what you're saying, the capital plan started meeting last August, and they had met all throughout the fall, and the project was vetted, revetted, and usually the DPW can, so it's not just us, there was a whole other process, just as there is with the budget from the town manager that comes before us, and we are doing the final overview. It would be a lot for us to say this project has not properly been vetted by the process.
Yeah, I agree. So
I agree too.
And I'd also add to that, although, John, I do like the idea of lights in all of these areas, we don't have like a budget plan for it from DPW or something solid, nor a contingency plan of like, who's going to pay for this electricity? What are the actual uses and costs? So I think that you should continue to work on this because I think it's a good idea, but I don't think that I can say yes to this and go out of the town manager's recommendations, but keep working on it because I do think it's a great idea.
Tom, did you have something or?
No, I just was agreeing that this has been vetted through the capital committee, so I think we should approve this.
Okay. Any other comments? All right, so what I'm hearing is that the general consensus is to recommend approval of the article in its entirety. So I would entertain a motion to recommend approval.
So moved.
Second?
All right, any other discussion? Roll call vote. Tom? Tom?
Aye.
All right. Mike?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Tanya?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
And I for myself.
Okay, the next article, this one has changed since we last discussed. Authorization to fund special projects. Following our discussion last week, there was the crack seal and road repairs for the cemetery network. I did have a discussion with the DPW director about the potential of removing that and putting in the grant writing services in its stead. And you see before you that grant writing services pilot proposal have been placed at item B. Other than that, this article remains the same.
Okay. Any discussion on any of that? I know we discussed this last week. It was a good recommendation by the public for that one.
I just want to thank the town manager for taking the feedback and talking with the DPW director and getting to this space, and hopefully the project will see you through next year through the process of the capital plan, which is what we usually do. So, thank you.
I agree with that sentiment. And with that, I would entertain a motion to recommend approval.
So moved.
Second?
Any further discussion? Roll call vote. Tom?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Tanya?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
And an aye for myself.
Okay, Article 10 is the FY26 omnibus budget, $49,374,465. And that has not changed since the last presentation on the budget.
All right, so this is the big one, really, right, when it comes down to it. We got some other big ones this year, and other moving pieces that we have to weigh. So with that, are there any comments or questions or otherwise on this one?
No, well, the only thing, I think, you came in, what, now, is it officially 2 months?
Tomorrow makes 2 months.
Oh, congratulations.
I'm not counting.
I'm not counting the hours, yeah. No, I just, one thing that you had mentioned earlier that I think was in your first presentation, that the budget's not ready, is, we'll get to the bottom line. There might be shifts in between, and I think we need to continue having that conversation. Our budget season is very short. We just got some feedback about the school department budget, but I think, there is still conversations that we need to have, because these conversations, if we don't have them now, they're all going to happen in town meeting. So we'll continue to have conversations with all the departments' budget and continue to explore and make sure we have a really good information, really good story to tell town meeting when it comes May 3rd. Yes. All right. So thank you, and that's all I have.
Yeah, and I think the sentiment is definitely out there that there is maybe a budget season, but maybe there's a longer budget preseason.
Yes.
And we have a lot of plans that need to be put in place. So I know I've been of that mind my entire time on the Finance Committee, and we've not quite got there. We lived through COVID and override and this year, but I share that sentiment. Are there any other comments or questions on this one? Okay, with that, I would...
Tom, perhaps, or is people that are on Zoom supposed to raise their hands? What's the...
Yeah, they'd raise their hand. If
Okay, sorry about that.
And Tom can just speak up. Okay, with that, I would entertain a motion to recommend approval of item 10.
So moved.
Second?
All right, any additional comment? Roll call vote. Tom?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Tanya?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
And an aye for myself.
Okay, Article 11 is the citizens petition for the Proposition 2.5 override in the amount of $2,099,337.
All right, so just so everyone is up to speed, if you don't only watch town meetings other boards meetings all week, and you have a life or something. The current state on this is Select Board recommended they voted to not recommend approval of the article. They also voted to not put this on the ballot. I know there was discussions about whether this will be passed over or kept or even somehow removed from the ballot, which is a tricky process for a citizen's petition. With that, this may still be on the ballot when we're there. And technically the new select board, if this were to pass, could call a special election to do the second part of the 2.5 override process of approving it at ballot. So I think we should make a recommendation on this. I also personally believe that I would not recommend it without further details given to us, perhaps even the chance of reducing the value. I know there was a long discussion last night at the school committee, if you happen to watch that. I think that did not move me to say that it is ready for recommendation yet. School committee did say they would not put resources towards detailing the budget any further, which is probably a wise decision. I would agree with that. And they may send us a cuts would be restored and which fees would be not imposed, which are kind of some of the mechanisms that they're using to balance or to reduce, what they say is the hit on the on their budget.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, the school committee, they were talking about during the budget process, they learned things. Wasn't clear to me what they've learned, but what I was getting from that was that they would make changes. They wouldn't spend the money as they would originally have spent it. That's what I got from those conversations that they were having. So I myself would not recommend this, only because I don't think we have enough information to know if this is going to be spent properly and it's the right amount or anything. So I would strongly support a denying of this.
Any other?
I agree with Tom on that wholeheartedly.
Okay.
Yeah, and there was a member of the school committee that said, we have not vetted this budget as we have vetted the town manager budget, which, when you have a $25 million budget that you're responsible to oversee and spend it, you should be vetting everything, even if you're not asking for another $2 million, but they have vetted for what they've seen. And, and that's the budget process. Every year you do this budget process and you scrutinize everything. And, and they found a lot of things. And if you're going to sign up to be on a board that oversees a budget of 25 millions, I don't care how many hours it takes, that's the process of overseeing a budget of that size. So, per their own words, they have not vetted that budget. And in fact, they haven't voted to say, they didn't take a vote on that budget. They only took a vote on the town manager vote. So I don't see how we could responsibly, following our mandate by the charter, which is school committee approves the budget, sends a memo actually explaining the shifts there have been and how and everything else, and then we approve it. They haven't approved this budget, so.
And just, I think everyone's probably seen it. I did forwarded the email that Brian Leighton, the chair of the school committee, sent to me following the meeting. So that's in your email if you've had a chance to read it, which basically says what we just summarized.
To be fair to the school committee, they did say at the meeting yesterday that they were spending a lot of time trying to get to a budget without an override. The additional funds were coming up here and there with the help of the town manager. So they were really focused on that and really didn't spend much of their efforts on the full budget. So I think this goes back to the discussion about getting software or tools that will help them do budget analysis better, to be able to run scenarios and various things without the kind of Herculean effort that they had to do this year and from what I could gather last year.
Yeah, so that is a recommendation out of the task force, that there is some budgeting software. I don't know what that is, but it's not, I don't think it's Munis. I think it's something that boards and committees can use.
ClearGov?
Maybe it is. I don't know what it is, but I can't get into, I don't know what it is.
I'm pretty sure, ClearGov.
Okay. But it would allow for, projections, 5-year projections, trends analysis,
Correct, yeah.
all sorts of financial analysis that one's own personal financial analyst would do for you, we should be doing for the town. So that was kind of I wholeheartedly agree with that sentiment, and I think if there is a recommendation that I do get behind it, that is definitely one. So I thought we were going to get it this year, but then I think it was kind of killed somewhere along the way.
Yeah, it's not necessarily dead.
And also piggybacking, didn't they add a finance person to their team this year that they did not have last year? Director
Yeah.
or someone, so I
Yeah.
think that this issue is not going to continue with a person in place and the right tools to track.
Yeah, and the year before, they didn't have a finance
Right,
director.
so-
Yeah.
Hence, here we are. So, yeah.
Well, last year was even tougher, from the perspective of 6 budgets and multicolor spreadsheets and analysis.
I don't want to tangent off too much, but I mean, given the size of this budget in comparison to our overall budget, I mean, when we're presented a budget for the current year, for the next year, I mean, should we not have like at least another year projection beyond that? I mean, in reality, when you start to project out what that budget can actually do and explode to, it can harm the town pretty quick.
Yeah.
Very quick.
Yeah, so there's going to be 2 remaining members of the school committee, and they're not going to be able to speak for the committee, the next committee that stands up. But I am talking with Tony, who's, I would say, likely to be the chairman next year. It's probably either him or Laura. I would not see that someone new would come in as chairman, but, maybe. And there's already talk of, like, should we set up some subcommittees between us and them? We have some meetings between us and schools and select board and town manager and superintendent. We need to continue those, so there's just been a lot of change. We had Heather at the beginning of the fiscal year, then Carter, and now Jen on our side, and hopefully there's some stability, and hopefully we get a superintendent and, a team on their side and the town side and us to have some stability. Hopefully we're all still here next year so that we're there's history on our side. So with that, if there's no other comments, I would entertain a motion to recommend disapproval of Article 11.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? All right, roll call vote. Tom?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Tanya?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
And aye for myself.
Okay, the next article is the transfer of $500,000 in certified free cash to the Lunenburg Public Schools for FY26. This is expressly conditioned. I thought we were going to handle the condition in the motion, but right on the face of the article that the transfer only occurs if the override should fail.
Okay, so Select Board recommended approval on this. I will say that also in the discussion yesterday was the beginnings of discussions with the schools as to how this money would be spent. So I would recommend that we defer until we see the presentation on the recommended spend of this. We all understand that the school in the end can spend their one line item any which way they do.
Right.
But I think it's bad, it would be a bad optics if they presented one thing and did something else. So I do not think that they would do that. But I do think it's, at town meeting, we should hear the way that they would spend this.
It can be before too, right?
It certainly can be, but it wouldn't change what's printed in a book
Right.
as a recommendation from us.
And also, the goal of the public hearing is the one time that the public can watch and see the deliberation about these articles. And then when they go into town meeting, they're well informed. If we get that in between now and then, we can study, but we should have that deliberation at town meeting just for the purpose of meeting charter goals.
Okay.
And question, do we ask other departments where we transfer sums of money what they're spending it on? Are we required to see a line item?
If we're doing transfers within the fiscal year, yes.
But the Select Board doesn't?
No, the select board, the transfer signatory authority lies with the town manager.
Okay.
Okay.
So there's a couple difference. Within the fiscal year, town manager, as far as I know, correct if I'm wrong about the charter and bylaws, she has the discretion to make changes of budget lines within the department. Anything outside the department actually has a process defined by the charter or the bylaws. I don't know which one. The school committee, it is that person. They can make changes, any changes to budget lines to their budget. However, by charter, they need to present a budget and explain, like, it's a little bit of a, it's messy, like town government's messy on purpose, so that there is enough time for, checks and balances, liking or not.
Unlike federal government, which is
Messy on
streamlined.
purpose.
Yeah, I don't want to get involved in the federal government. I'm just making a comment about,
I will say on this article, this violates what we consider as best practice.
Correct.
From a finance committee standpoint, this is not good practice.
right.
And if I just may add, because of the action of this article, your financial policy relative to free cash on subsequent articles is also violated.
Yeah. I do kind of see this as moving money into a stabilization fund and then taking it from a stabilization fund in one swell motion. And we do have stabilization funds for reasons, I think, and perhaps one can say this is a year where, we are a little unstable.
Instability.
Yes, I am unstable. Okay, but with that, any further discussion?
My only concern with it all is it's this one-time injection, right? But it's an injection into a known budget that has a deficiency that is most likely going to be deficient of the same manner next year. Is it planned to
So
another $500,000
No, so
next year?
this has been made very clear that this is a one-time stopgap measure so that we can have the time for collaboration and discussion on a future override for FY27. I think that you're absolutely right that the impact will compound. That the $500,000 infusion has a greater impact next year, right? So this very clearly, this is one time only, just to get us to the point where we can start having these conversations about an override.
And your town manager, we call it the town manager version of the school board or the school budget, it has that $500,000 built into it?
No.
No.
No. So this $500,000 lives outside of the omnibus budget.
Okay.
So this is free cash, and sometimes it takes getting free cash explained about 20 times, but free cash is the result of underspending and conservative estimating on revenues. So that's how free cash is generated.
Right, okay. I was trying to think about all the different numbers, bottom lines, and how they all come together, but okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think that we would likely to hear, there would be an argument made that this number is added to the school bottom line going into FY27, and I would reject that premise.
Yeah. Yep. Okay.
And just a tiny comment on that, they do have a budget, an operating budget that matches the town manager budget. So what they're going to use this money for, since they haven't voted, I'm going to assume it's likely going to be to, put back some expense line, perhaps fund, I don't know, because they haven't voted. And that's what it would have been good to have had now. That's why we're deferring. But it could be, they're buying more textbook.
Yeah, no, I understand now what she's getting at is just like an ad or two, so they can
But
do
it
what
could
they
go to
want.
salary, and then
if it goes to salary, that becomes a compounded problem.
Yep.
All right, Dave, you have your hands up?
Yeah, just very quickly, just for anybody that didn't see the school committee meeting last night, they started vetting a list of replacements or reinstatement items that was recommended by the administrative team of all the schools. So they're putting together a list in anticipation of, if that passes, they have started a list as to what they will reinstate, and they have not by any means finalized that list.
But my memory was that it was staff. I think it was PE.
Nope.
Yeah, it was prioritized, but the school committee really didn't weigh in, except for a couple of items, as you just mentioned, asking for explanation. I think they would still have purview to reorganize that prioritization if they get the money. That's my interpretation.
Yeah, there was discussions, and I think it is just discussions at this point of non-staff items. But again, I don't want to spend a lot of time because I think that's a pretty preliminary discussion at this point. I do think that it would be wise for school committee to come up with something to present at town meeting, or even before that. I'm sure they will, but in the meantime, I think we should just go with a deferral on this. All right, so with that, I would entertain a motion to recommend defer on item 12.
So moved.
Second.
All right, any additional conversation? Roll call vote, Tom?
Aye.
Mike?
All right.
Anna?
Aye.
Tanya?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
And an aye for myself.
Okay, the next article is 2 adjustments to the salary administrative plan. One is upgrading the grade of the DPW director by 1 grade, and the other is to add the position of communications and IT manager, and that be assigned to a grade 12. It's not anticipated that that addition is going to add any headcount, rather it's an expansion of a current position into a new title. This article was ultimately, the select board decided to wait until their meeting next Tuesday to make a recommendation on this. But this article did generate some bit of discussion on why DPW director and not other people who might not be at the at a compensation rate that's competitive. It's because, to respond to that kind of question, it's because the case of the DPW director is that he is extremely below market. There are other people that we need to do a whole scale classification compensation study and get that through the process. We've had 2 failed attempts so far, but we need to look at that more holistically. There is prior precedent to kind of addressing people who are extremely out of grade. It just happened, I think, last May, in fact, with the outreach position. But that's just to kind of comment on why only this one. If there's other people who are out of market, it probably does not bring the DPW director perhaps as far into market and competitive as needed, but it is a step in the right direction. And if we were to go further, I think that you'd have an issue between other employees who are not benefiting from the classification and compensation study that we need to undertake.
How did you get to this information? How did you, was this a survey that, was this someone that you hired to do this, or?
No, so this is a salary survey.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I think he was asking a question.
Yeah, that was it. How did you come up with this? So it was a salary survey, and you realized that the DPW was vastly underpaid, and you want to increase his grade by 1 to help solve that.
Yeah, I think that there had been arguments made for a number of years that he was not graded correctly and not competitively, and it was we did a salary survey not just on this position, we did a salary survey on all of the positions, but this was an outlier.
Okay, so is there a chance this is changing next week, or they just wanted?
No, I just was responding to kind of the commentary that is out there. I do not see this changing next week. unless, I think there was some kind of suggestion that we go further with it, and that is not my recommendation because of the impact on the other SAP employees.
I have a question. The communications IT manager, and I think you said it, but I missed it. Is this an added position that was taken off that needs to be filled, or the outsourced position? Like, what is this position?
So so the position of the network administrator that we're not filling, there has been an individual who is same replacement headcount, who serves currently as an intermediary between the IT vendor and manages the IT vendor and all of the IT contracts. In addition to that, her position was expanded with the use of ARPA funds, and she, in addition to managing the IT, manages all the communications for the town. So the website, the social postings, that is currently, she's a part-time individual, so this would make her full-time at 32 hours. Obviously, I'm talking about a she. We would need to post the job description, and anybody, I think we're going to post it internally, so anybody else that's interested in the position, of course, I have to cover myself, would be able to apply, but it is not intended to add any headcount.
So this is an existing person, and we're just expanding the job to full-time?
Correct. Okay. And upgrading the responsibilities.
I have more of a general, I haven't studied the SAP, so forgive me if you know more than I on this one. Doesn't the town have do you have any direct reports that are not part of the SAP?
Yes.
You do, okay. Is there a classification where some positions are not part of the SAP? Like, I think the fire chief, or not the fire chief, the police chief.
So there are positions that are contained within the SAP that have an employment contract that brings them outside the SAP. But they appear, so the chiefs appear on the SAP, but they have separate employment contracts.
And who defines who can have a contract and not have a contract?
Good question, actually. So prior to special town meeting that occurs in the fall. I know we're sensitive in Lunenburg about that. Prior to the special town meeting, it was statutory who could have an employment contract or not.
Okay.
But that bylaw change that happened at the special town meeting, employment contracts can be applied now more broadly. So, but typically you'll see, police chief, fire chief, finance director, those folks typically have an employment contract. Sometimes a DPW director would have an employment contract. Sometimes other department heads would have an employment contract.
I'm thinking like some key positions that require more, negotiation.
Correct.
Because, okay. And that's something you can change at your discretion. Like right now he's following the SAP, but next time around, can you change him to a contract?
So no, I do not have unilateral authority to enter into an employment contract with an employee. That would need to be approved by the select board.
Okay, gotcha. All right, thank you. Thank you. No more than I do. 2 months. Good job.
Rhonda, did you have a question?
Well, if you're not done with the presentation part.
Oh, we're only halfway.
Okay.
Do you have
on this article, you mean?
Yes.
Oh, then no, we're good.
Yeah.
Rhonda Lucio, 181 Reservoir Road. Now, obviously, as a member of the public, I don't have the articles in front of me. You guys have the articles in front of you. So on this particular one, and probably the next one, because I think the next one is also related to the SAP, I think sometimes in the details, well, maybe you guys have the details. What is the financial impact? That's what I like to know of each of these changes. That I think you'd need to know that in order to make a decision, almost, as a finance committee. So it kind of is like my pet peeve when I don't get, maybe you've got it and you know something I don't know, but I like to know financial impact, please. Thank you.
we're buying your time.
John Bowen, 162 Highland Street. On the DPW director, so grossly underpaid, like disgustingly grossly underpaid. That guy is providing a hell of a service of his own loss in the community. So that being said, I've been a member of a union where we did a lot of collective bargaining, and I've also been a business owner and had over 22 employees that I maintained. When handling salaries on anybody, okay, there's no even across the board. Let's pay everybody evenly and make everybody happy. Let's take the money and put it into the positions. I know when I had to downsize at any point in time, I basically jumped those jobs onto other people. And there's nothing wrong with that. And I know it could be a little bit of an overload. However, okay, when you have people grossly underpaid, some people are going to be very, very dissatisfied with your decision about not giving them their good, okay, to somebody else, which means that there are other people in town that are just going to have to say, hey, this guy needs this money because it's grossly underpaid. So when you take them from the top and you work your way down, okay? You take DPW director, then you go to mechanics, then you go whichever way it works in whichever division of the structure of offices, okay, that you have, whether it's town, office staff or whatever. The people up here need to be taken care of because the people up here are managing the people down here. You're not going to get somebody down here to be able to manage. Otherwise, you would already be doing that. But you do these committees and you go outside and you get people and you put in separate contracts for these people for a specific reason because you know they're hard to find. So let's hold on to the structure of, if you have to take it away from people that are down below, to be able to make sure that the people that are at the levels that are egregiously out of place, that are in a more managerial higher position, like I said, under contract, those people should come first to be paid, to be caught up before everybody else. And I think that that just should be considered. And that's not to say that everybody doesn't do a good job. It's just that that's just business and it's never personal. Thank you.
The town manager mentioned that she was going to be working on reviewing all the jobs. Is that correct? In the future?
I need to get funding for it first, so I'll see you at special town meeting about that. But no, we do need to at least attempt to have a successful professionally completed compensation and classification plan. I heard pretty clearly from employees following my presentation, this is more about the next article, but I heard pretty clearly when I had stated at a 2.5% COLA, there was some upset with that from the SAP employees, and during that discussion, it was emphasized that they really are seeking that more neutral third-party review of our classification and compensation. So I'm hoping that we can get that funded at the special and that we can start that process. And, we've done it already twice, so some of the data is going to be very easy for us to compile and put together. I think there's been some lessons that have been learned through working with the last vendor that we can adjust how that procurement rolls out and be very specific about what it is that we're looking for as a final product, and hopefully that'll help make the difference. To address Ms. Lucio's questions, the impact related to the DPW director is approximately $5 an hour, which works out to be a little over $10,000. The next financial impact, it's a little bit more of a question mark because it would need to be a posted new position and there would need to be an offer letter. But the increase of hours and what we're expecting, it's a little bit, anticipating, I can't be firm on this because there's not somebody in that position, but a little bit south of $10,000. The funding for both of those is inside the salary reserve line. So if this article is not successful at town meeting, then it doesn't alter the underlying budget.
Right.
And I can answer the next question too, about the financial impact of the SAP now, or
For the next article?
for the next article, yeah. Or we can, either way.
Let's vote and then,
Yeah.
so we don't lose track.
Mr. Chair, I've got one question about this article.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Dave Passios, again, Jefferson Presidential Highway. Our past town manager, when we made a change like this from part-time to full-time, insisted that she always budgeted for the highest possible insurance package for any employee going to full-time. I'm just wondering what the new town manager's practice is when this occurs.
No, I'm not planning on the highest possible insurance opt-in here, in this case. But in general, I think that if you are creating a new position, it is generally a good practice to anticipate that somebody who is going to be hired is going to opt to take a family plan.
So
Unless
just as a
there's-
quick follow-up,
I was going to say, unless there's something about the position that, like, you're generally going to be hiring people that are under the age of 26 for that position. In that case, I would say, no, you wouldn't be budgeting for that family plan.
right. The gist of the question was that when we were given impact numbers, it included a full family package for insurance. So a $10,000 increase in salary equated usually to about a $35,000 total budgetary increase requirement because of budgeting to the highest insurance. Do you feel you're going to be able to absorb that? It's only one body increase in the insurance costs.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, were there any other, I noticed someone else joined, any other questions from the, all right, any questions from the committee?
I hope Bill's happy and he'll stay here for a long time, that's all.
Okay.
Me too.
I would say that I am in agreement with this, and as such, I would entertain a motion to recommend approval of Article 13.
So moved. Seconded?
All right, any additional discussion? Roll call vote. Tom?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Tanya?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
All right, and I for myself. All right, and it maybe shameless plug again that we need a personnel committee.
I'm actually, just on that point, I'm having, there's an employee working group that was set up by the interim town manager, and I'm having them, there's a trend, a growing trend, that communities are moving away from a personnel committee, that their utility is no longer served due to changes in the law. And so I have asked these folks, who would be directly impacted either positively or negatively by having a personnel committee, to do research and make recommendations to the select board on the future of a personnel committee, so stay tuned.
Okay.
Okay, so the next article is Article 14, which adjusts the pay plan for the SAP employees. I originally had proposed a 2.5% here. That is now at 3%. The total financial impact of this article is approximately $43,000. That changes depending on who comes and goes within the organization, but that's the estimated impact, is $43,000.
So 3%.
3%.
And that's in line with other...
So I'm not going to, so there are union employees and there are non-union employees, and as much as we try to treat everybody the same, there is a difference. And so I think that there was a a big adjustment in the clerical union in the last negotiations, and so they have bigger bumps, and so I wouldn't say, they have a 5.5% increase this year. So there's a higher dollar increase, but this is where we use the same results of that salary survey. We saw that some positions were at market, some positions were over, some positions were lower. It supports the general need for the classification compensation plan, and I think if we do a really large adjustment without looking at those positions, town meeting voters are going to feel as though we have addressed this, but it doesn't really solve the problem of the inherent unfairness within the classification compensation plan.
Okay.
And just for fun, just because I like doing that, so if this was a 3% increase, it means that we have about $1.4 million in staff that are under the SAP. Just because you said this was about
1.4 million.
3%.
Oh, I don't know. I'd have to do the math. It's a 3% increase, and it's about, I don't have all of the SAP.
What is the impact?
43,000.
Okay, so it's about that. In terms of, do you know your overall staff cost?
No, I don't have that data.
No, that's fine. I was just trying to get a number.
Yeah.
I can do that.
Typically, if you have school and town, it's typically a little over 50% in staff costs.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting. Yeah, the schools is more than that, but yeah. Okay, thank you.
All right, any additional questions or comments on this one? All right, I'd entertain a motion to recommend approval on item 14.
So moved.
Second?
All right, roll call vote. Tom?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Tanya?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
And I for myself.
Okay, the next article, Article 15, is holiday pay for call firefighters. This would allow folks who are on call who cover a holiday to be paid at time and a half. This is to incentivize the call folks to actually come in and work on a holiday so that our career folks can enjoy the holiday with their families. There is, the fire chief estimated that on the high end that this would have approximately a $6,000 impact.
Do you know how he estimated that?
He looked at holiday shifts that would potentially fall on Sundays.
Gotcha. Thank you.
There's probably a lot of fires on holidays, too. Turkey.
It's turkey fires.
Just saying. All right, any questions on this one? Okay, this seems reasonable, so I would entertain a motion to recommend approval.
So moved.
Second?
All right, roll call vote. Tom?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Rana?
Aye.
Tanya?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
And I for myself.
Okay, the next two articles are both to appropriate free cash to the stabilization fund, the general purpose stabilization fund, as well as the special purpose stabilization fund. The planned motion under this article is to postpone indefinitely or to pass over these two articles at town meeting. These are the two articles that are being directly impacted by the free cash transfer. But the thought of keeping them on here, why I propose that these remain on the town meeting warrant, is to make it very transparent what the exchange was that allowed the $500,000 free cash transfer.
All right, so you're already throwing curveballs at us, huh?
Oh, I gave you 2 for 1. Close at 8:30.
So we've never voted to take no action. The select board had a recommendation to take no action. I think that that's reasonable for us to do as well.
And they recommended no action because
There's no dollar.
there's no dollar amount, and
It's because we're going to pass over the articles at town meeting, so,
but
yeah.
if we don't, it's because there is a financial impact, and then we should give an opinion.
We can't put more money in.
So there could be a floor motion, potentially, if these are on here.
Could there be a floor motion to increase? Increase from 0 to...
You have to be creative in how you do it, but to take free cash from one article, save it for this article, and make the transfer here.
I guess you're right.
It takes the very talented.
Oh, my God.
I'm not talking.
Right. If anyone plans to do that, please pre-coordinate that action so you're not sitting there writing it down like we've done in the past. Okay, so,
It'll keep our attorney busy, too.
I think, Mr. Chairman, if I can just say, these are the two that directly violate the free cash policies.
right, no, I understand. So if for some reason the 500K were not approved, we would have free cash that otherwise would have gone into these.
Correct.
The plan would be to do that at special town meeting?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Rhonda?
Rhonda Lucia, 181 Reservoir Road. I just have a question on this one. I think it's probably a good idea, even, since we're mentioning that it's not a good financial policy, I think the public would like to know, does it have any actual negative impact on any of our standings as far as bonds, bond rating, or anything like that?
So that's a very good question. So in making the decision whether or not we could do this, I did look at those policies, and we are over, in our general purpose stabilization fund, we're just over what the recommended baseline amount would be. So I do feel that it's safe for us to do this one time only. I think if we were, there's no requirement that you're transferring funds into your stabilization account if your stabilization reserves are healthy, right? And we are just over that threshold of health. But if our stabilization account were to dip and we were to not be making future transfers, there could be a negative impact. I don't think that there's probably any impact whatsoever of not making the transfer to the special purpose stabilization funds, which are not required.
Yeah, one thing just going forward, I do think as we nail down a 10-year capital plan, we probably should have in mind what that special purpose stabilization fund should be at. As we've built it up, yeah, it made sense to put in $250K or whatever a year, but there's probably a limit to what we should have in there. All right, so any other questions? Okay. So we're going to do a twofer. I would entertain a motion that we recommend taking no actions on Articles 17 and 16.
So moved. Second?
All right. Roll call vote. Tom?
Aye.
Mike? Aye. Anna?
Aye.
Tanya?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
All right, aye for myself. 16 and 17. Oh, 17 is special purpose stabilization fund. So 16 is stabilization fund and 17 is special purpose stabilization fund.
Okay, the next article is Article 18, and this we are following directly our financial policies, and we should not be avoiding doing this year because it would not be a good measure. And that's to transfer free cash in the amount of $222,500 to our OPEB trust fund. Other post-employee benefits, our fund is presently 2.69% funded, which is why I'm saying that this is not, it would not be recommended to forgo this transfer.
All right. Does everyone understand this one? Like OPEB, what OPEB is? Okay, good. Any questions on this? It's always an interesting one because it's like putting $10 in for a $50 million mansion, but we do it. Okay. So this one's pretty routine. I would entertain a motion to recommend approval on Article 18.
So moved. Second?
All right, roll call vote, Tom?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Tanya?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
And an aye for myself. So it passes 6-0.
Okay, the next article is to establish a compensated absences reserve fund. This would be a fund that would allow for the unbudgeted payment and payments that cannot be covered for employees when they separate from the community for their accrued vacation leave, and if they have a contract that allows them to be paid for any sick time on the books, their sick time.
Okay, and then can you talk about Article 20?
And then Article 20 funds the fund, if so established, in the amount of $10,000 with the transfer from certified free cash. Now you gave me a curveball, Mr. Chairman.
Hey. All right. Any discussions on this? I think we talked about this already. Okay. I would,
The only thing that I have is a little bit, you know how we got spoken about our chart of accounts? They're like very long, very old, and blah, blah. I hear you, but like, unless you have a plan to make this account much bigger, that has a lot of movement, it just feels another account that we're adding there.
So we are adding another account, but I think that the real complaint about the chart of accounts is that there's a lot of sub-budget lines within lines within lines, where this is just one fund. And it just gives us a place that if something happens and we are too far away from town meeting, or, you know, we don't need to go to the reserve fund, it just gives us a place to go.
No, I understand, it's just, you know, another town manager comes and everything, it's just, I can see, and then we have this 100 items long list of funds that we have, and we don't know what they were. I mean, we do have some of those.
Yep.
Like the library was one that they had
the trust funds.
The trust fund. It's like, can we simplify it or find a way to properly document some of these things? It's just one more thing to manage. And I don't know where you're planning this, like, it's $10,000, likely available from somewhere that we might have been able, but hey, you want to manage it, go for it. It's like, that's it. I wouldn't do it.
Are you going to be my dissenting vote?
I'm not going to dissent you, I'm just forewarning you, you're just adding another account that you're now managing for $10,000 on a almost $50 million budget. Go for it.
I like the granularity of the costing, just to see where every single penny goes. And if there's 100 strings, then there's 100. But it's just my opinion. And you do have to manage it. So.
okay. Any other discussion? Okay, so I would entertain a motion to recommend approval of Articles 19 and 20.
So moved.
Second?
Any further discussion? All right, roll call vote. Tom?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Tanya?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
All right, and aye for myself.
Okay, the next 4 articles all deal with sewer. The first one is a transfer of $1,545 to the OPEB Sewer Trust Fund.
Okay. So the next 21, 22, and 23 are pretty standard transfers of money between enterprise funds, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I wouldn't mind, again, taking these 3 and as one vote. So 21 is, do you want to just?
Yeah, sure. So 21 is the $1,545 transfer to the OPEB Sewer Trust Fund. That is for the portion of employees' OPEB liability who are compensated, or part of their compensation is through the sewer revenues or sewer enterprise. The next article, Article 22, is the FY26 sewer enterprise. This is to actually fund the operations. The total budget is $1,886,150.22. $1,583,917.45 will be transferred from estimated revenues, and then retained earnings in the amount of $302,232.77. And then the next article is to make a transfer of $19,104.40 into the sewer inflow and infiltration, also known as I&I Stabilization Fund. This is to mitigate water that's getting into the sewer system that is not wastewater. And then Article 24 is a sewer reserve capacity stabilization fund, and that's to transfer $5,133.15 into that stabilization fund.
Okay, are there any comments related to those 4 articles or questions? Okay, is there anyone that would vote differently on any one of the 4 articles? It's basically saying we agree with the sewer department's budget, in my opinion.
Right.
Okay, so I would entertain a motion to recommend approvals on Articles 21, 22, 23, and 24.
So moved.
Second?
All right, roll call vote. Tom?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Tanya?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
And I for myself.
Okay, the next article is for our solid waste, a portion of our solid waste program. The recycling portion of the program, as the committee is aware, is handled within the operating budget, and this is the trash portion of the solid waste program, which is funded through the pay-as-you-throw bag program. And this, the motion under this article is to transfer or to appropriate $500,000 from those pay-as-you-throw revenues to operate the solid waste enterprise fund program for FY26.
How much is in that enterprise, do you know?
This is anticipated revenues from the pay-as-you-throw.
Okay. All right, a bag cost gonna go up?
Maybe as part of the override discussion that we're going to be having.
Don't say that word to me.
Well, in the discussion, we're certainly having a discussion about costs, and I think that
No, but you got to change it to cost.
Okay,
You can't just say override.
So,
Because we should all live within.
that this is definitely an area that I would expect will be discussed about the future of
I mean, how much
this program.
can afford for yellow bags?
Yes, so some communities, like my former one, is eliminating their entire program and moving to private hauler for the same cost reasons. The market falling out for recycling has changed this, I think, changed the numbers on this for a lot of communities.
Okay, so that's a preview of coming attractions. In the meantime, any other questions on the solid waste? Okay. I would entertain a motion to recommend approval of Article 25.
So moved.
Second?
All right, roll call vote. Tom?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Tanya?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
All right, and I for myself.
Okay, Article 26 is the Water Enterprise Fund, and is a transfer of $45,000 from the Water Enterprise revenues to operate the Water Enterprise Fund for FY26.
Okay, straightforward article. Any questions, comments? All right, I would entertain a motion to recommend approval of Article 26.
So moved.
Second?
Roll call vote. Tom?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Tanya?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
And I for myself.
Okay, the next article is to fund the PEG program, or PAC program, and is an appropriation from their revenues of $226,946.75. I just want to remind folks from that presentation that they are into their reserves this year. So this is an area that's going to need some closer looks as we move forward to be able to continue to support it. Those revenues, those savings won't last forever. especially as the revenues continue to decrease. And then there's also a transfer here for the indirect costs or employee costs that washes out, so there's a wash here, but of $31,271.94.
Okay, pretty straightforward, normal article. Any questions?
Rhonda Lucia, 181 Reservoir Road. Would you, when they presented here, they at that time, their budget was to spend like $212 more than what they had or something. I wonder if that's, have we got?
I think like the pack into their reserves, I think it's like 30,000.
It was 30,000, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't hear that.
They're into their reserves at approximately 30,000.
So
For us that have the warrant, it is in the summary, so we're kind of at advantage. We probably should print it for you.
Do you have anything, or you just had the question, Rhonda?
Well, I just wanted to know exactly what the number is that they're
using from the reserve, yeah.
Yes.
And you said, Chris, you have it on the summary. Okay.
No, it's not that indirect cost. It's a similar number, but it's not.
Oh. It just happens to be. Okay.
Just stretching.
I understand it all the time.
32,291.
Very close. Very similar number, actually.
Okay. All right, any other questions or comments from anyone, I guess?
The only comment that I have is they are using if the next article, if the article for the town hall build passes, they planning to use that to fit. I think between now and next budget season, which it just happens all at once, it'd be good to ask them how they're envisioning their operations being sustained in future years. So I don't know who take the note on that.
Okay.
Just from my understanding is they're hoping the state will pass a bill that will start charging the streaming services. And some of the, I can't remember, it was 80, 10 and 10 or something, the money would go to help fund their projects. This would be statewide. Because that's what's happening. They're moving from cable to streaming. So they need to go after the streaming services to make up for the shortfall from the cable.
Okay, any other questions? I guess this is something we need to keep an eye on.
Absolutely.
The service could
I was
eliminate.
actually having a conversation with the director earlier today, and if things don't change, we'll be needing to really start to address this in 3 to 5 years.
Yeah. There's actually a bit of an inequity associated with charging on this, right? So if you pay for cable, you pay into this. But
Correct.
Otherwise you can just get it through Facebook and...
That's correct.
So...
And, and along with the caution, one of our requests last week, which I prompted, was, to ask the school department to give us a budget that's encompassing of everything, so we can see that their full operations. And here we are seeing a town department that is not living within their means. And yeah, it's only 30,000, but this is the kind of thing that worries in terms of general liability. Like, are we going to shut down PAC because all of a sudden? So it's a inching into the, being a much bigger liability. Us relying on the services as a town. So
I will say that I've always found this group in my 5 years that I've been able to question them. I was away this year, I guess, but that Steve Walker and Joe, they do a really good job, I think, of explaining their budget, understanding it, keeping up with legislation, advocating for legislature, et cetera. So.
Oh, definitely.
Okay, so with that, I would entertain a motion to recommend approval of Article 27.
So moved.
Second?
All right, roll call vote. Tom?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Tanya?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
And myself. Aye.
Okay, Article 28 is awful long, and it is the floodplain map update.
All right, no financial impact, right? Other than printing the...
There'd be financial impact to individual residents if this were not approved.
So we do not usually vote
Right.
that way. All right, any questions on this? Okay. I would entertain a motion to state no financial impact associated with.
So moved.
28.
Second?
All right, roll call vote. Tom?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Tanya?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
And an aye for myself.
Okay, next up is accessory dwelling unit bylaw update, Article 29. This is to bring our bylaw into compliance with the state law that was recently passed, and there's likely no direct financial impact here either.
Okay. Any questions on this? All right, I would entertain a motion to find no financial impact on Article 29.
So moved.
Second?
All right, roll call vote. Tom?
Aye.
Mike? Aye. Anna?
Aye.
Tanya?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
And an aye for myself.
The next two articles, Article 30 and 31, are relative to tax exemptions. You'll see a note here from Town Council that he is not clear on what the goal of these articles are, and he's working with the chair of the Board of Assessors to make sure that we're capturing what the intent was here. But as I understand, there was a recent amendment, I believe at the special town meeting, to these different exemption clauses, and there was an inadvertent action that when that amendment was made, that we dropped out the asset and income limits, I believe, so we're expanding those back up, the asset and income limits for these two, but I think further questions about the intent here would really need to go to the assessors.
Okay, so I don't think there's a financial impact, though, is there?
Well,
Yeah, as it relates to the overlay.
Yeah, because how are these exemptions funded?
Through the assessor's overlay account.
So it gets, someone gets an exemption and it draws from the overlay, which in total, it reduces our revenue in taxes.
Essentially, yes.
Okay.
Well, usable, it's still within the...
Right, so there's been some changes in state law that you can now draw off the overlay, and it doesn't have to be oh, good, thank you.
The overlay account, if you notice on our books, when we calculate the tax rate, there's the allowance for the overlay, that's the allowance for the abatement and exemptions. So that's essentially our cap for the year to be able to draw down various exceptions, veterans, what have you. So that's already part of our tax rate instead of part of our expense calculation for the year. So as the exemptions come down, any leftover overlay rolls into the next year is available if needed. So like the tax assessment issue, they had to use, I think it was over $1 million in exemptions they had to do.
1.4.
So I'm just giving you an example, but yeah. But that's what the account.
So it does draw from your revenue? Because that account
well, that account's already that allowance is already accounted, deducted from the revenue at the beginning. So it does draw from the revenue, but we have already calculated that in.
Okay, but it is a top line, not a bottom line. It's outside the omnibus.
It's outside the omnibus budget, but for example, when we were needing to restore things, because the assessors had reduced the amount that they believe they need in that overlay, we got increased capacity within the operating budget. So they do have an impact on one another. So the higher the overlay amount, if the
less revenue to fund operations. Yeah. So it is an expense that it's not truly an expense because the way we get accounted for is on the top line from,
It's
It's a net effect of lost revenue, right?
it is an,
Correct.
yeah.
Okay, you said that the
assessors are still working with council on working out this language. So this is, the language that you see here is not final. I'm hoping that they can have something more final. Otherwise, if allowed, it would have to be a floor amendment as printed and that'd be amended on the floor. So this may be one of those that you do want to defer until town meeting for these next two.
Can you comment on why Select Board recommended approval? Or?
So they heard the presentation from the assessors earlier on in the season, and the goal here is that we're helping folks who otherwise with the lower thresholds wouldn't qualify for exemptions, to help them. This only applies to certain individuals, so that we're helping them be able to maintain some level of affordability within the community.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I would be inclined to recommend approval on this. However, I would say that I would like to probably see the final language.
And the amounts are small, but since this is the Finance Committee and we're supposed to give the, so the exemptions, the asset level would increase from 40 to 60,000. The exemption amount would be from 185 to 332. I understand whoever qualifies to this would have to fall under that category of asset, and they'll get a maximum of $332. And I think this will increase with COLA. On the other one, is it the tax exempt? It doesn't talk about, it does, 180, no. It does,
No, the other one,
not talk about
the exemption amount.
See, so this one, it just talks about
the increase, but not the exemption.
We don't know.
I can ask the assessors for that.
So there is a financial impact, but we don't know what it is. And,
And you don't know how many people there are, too. That's the other piece, that you won't know that, right? You won't know, there can be an estimate, but you don't know how many people are going to qualify and apply.
Well, I think they can give us, they've been talking about...
historical data.
Well, it's historical and circuit breaker, like they know how many people currently qualify in the circuit breaker, so it would be even a smaller subsection of that. So it would be limited. But it's not explicit what the financial impact could be with current levels, which I think that's a fair a question to have.
Yeah. Okay, so did you have a comment on this?
John Bowen, 162 Highland Street. Maybe Ms. Town Manager can answer this for me, but I remember talking with Linda with regard to the exemptions that people, hardship exemptions and so on and so forth, that she has, I'm pretty sure, has unfettered discretion to decide who gets an exemption and what. It's not like rooted in that if you make this income or you have this situation, that it's basically all under her total discretion. So she's the one who's looking at how much money is available to decide on whether or not it's feasible to be able to offer an exemption. And I think I had read that at one point in time, but I'd like to see if there was any clarity or understanding with that, because I did ask Linda about that, and I do remember reading that it was her discretion.
So I think that this is not germane to either of these warrant articles, right? So, but that said, the Board of Assessors is approving those. These things, I've never seen this process because it occurs in executive session because of the materials that folks are looking at, but it's not the principal assessor on her own doing this.
Okay.
I agree with that. It's in.
Go to the mic.
That's what sorry, John Bowen, 162 Highland. That's what I was trying to figure out, is that I agree it's done in executive session because these are personal issues. But I think that it's discretionary on whatever committee or board that is to make that decision based on evidence presented from that particular person. So I'm not saying that she has oh, we don't have enough money, I'm going to tell you no, because then she's going to come to you and say, we have to tell this person, yes, can we use money? And that's what I'm saying is, I know in executive session that it was discretionary. So yeah, thank you.
All right, so I think because the language could change, my recommendation would be to defer.
Yeah, and because we don't have a stated financial impact, and they can use their current, I think there's an add-on to current exemptions, so they can use their pool of recipients to give us a financial impact, an estimated financial impact at today's time and date.
Well, I mean, they're changing the qualifying amount though, right? So they would only know what it was.
Well, you can do by percentage, right? I mean,
It would depend on who applied for it, so it could change.
Yeah.
But my memory was it was going to be maybe one or two people, and it wasn't, I mean, it wasn't big numbers. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I think we can defer and then listen to, get the better wording and then hear what they have to say and then vote at town meeting.
Okay. All right, so I think that's the case for both Article 30 and 31. Do we agree?
Yes.
Okay. So I'd entertain a motion to recommend deferral on, or to defer our recommendation on Article 30 and 31.
So moved. Second?
All right. Roll call vote. Tom?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Tanya?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
And an aye for myself.
Okay, the next article is a citizen's petition. The petitioner is here, Mr. Chairman. I don't really have any comments on this article.
So you have read it, though?
I have read it.
Is there any financial impact? It seems that it's just...
There's a financial impact not in dollars, but in changing our financial processes. We would change financial processes under number 4.
Okay.
Which article? I have the, I don't have the letter. Is this related to the Cemetery Commission or
Yes.
the APDC? Okay.
What are you looking at?
The original one.
Oh.
There's a lot. I have a lot of files.
Okay. Do you want to state something on it? Maybe quickly? Sure.
Please.
I
think I'm going to recommend no financial impact.
Yeah, John Bowen, 162 Highland Street. So the section that she's talking about that has any financial impact, it's not a cost, but it's a process.
Okay.
So in that process, I've taken the information that I've heard from this board and from other boards with regard to things being done. I will give an example that happened tonight. There was a $50,000 capital plan item that was presented for the cemetery tonight by the DPW. Okay, and they have $96,000 in their sale of lots fund, and they allotted to take out of the omnibus budget warrant article the $10,000 annually that they generally would as a cemetery commission, and the response to that was to collect the interest for the next year on the money that's in that. Well, that's $1,800. I mean, when there's $50,000 you have for a project, and you have $50,000, you should spend it. But you shouldn't spend it unless you have a plan. So in that particular section that I was explaining, it says that if you go down, it would say, just bear with me. Wait, oh, you have it in front of me. I'm not even looking at her sheet. Look how small that is.
It's right there.
Okay, this is for blind people. She's got better eyesight than me.
know the
This is
number,
like
because we all
8
have it
font.
in front of us.
Okay, so it says here, it says 4B, it says the cemetery commission shall be permitted to make rules and regulations change and requiring the expense of any money, including expenses derived from the following funds, but not limited to: the sale of lots fund, perpetual care fund, family trust fund, a gift, donation, and any or all monies allocated or procured, including the granting of refunds, only by a submission of a warrant article, which shall be presented with a comprehensive collaborative written plan for its specified use, which includes a presentation of the Director of the Department of Public Works, Cemetery Superintendent, and the Town Manager, and then presented at the annual town meeting for a vote of the inhabitants of the town of Lunenburg, subject to the approval of the warrant article by the Town Manager, 2/3 majority vote of Finance and the Select Board for the use of that money for projects, so that there is a plan. Because as we've seen over the last 4 years, there hasn't been a plan, and that's a problem. So that's why that particular section does have financial impact, where it basically directs, okay, the cemetery commission to not utilize money willy-nilly. And I noticed at the very end of that, you'll notice my presentation, you'll see that I put a spreadsheet in there where they spent $5,500 for a grass study. That was, you have a cemetery superintendent, he knows how many hours it takes to cut the grass, get the numbers from him. There were costs for foam boards for another $850 to make presentations, to have photographs done to no fruition. There was an additional license bought recently. We already have a license, but we bought another license because they want a license instead of asking for a license. I listed a number of different things of waste. And this is
We're going
what...
to present this at town meeting.
This is, yeah, and this is what this article basically says. So when they say, and the select board last night had said that this has no financial impact, they're mistaken. It does have a financial impact. It has financial control. If we were a cemetery, mutual benefit cemetery, all the citizens in town, including plot owners, would have a vote on what money gets spent and how money gets spent. This is what this does. This gives the people and the inhabitants of the town to say, we agree, without having issues like what we had earlier with the capital plan, when they have $96,000, but they want to use tax money, even though they have sale of lot money. That was the reasoning behind this particular section of this article.
Okay. So.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. So, thank you. So generally speaking, financial impact to us is, it means it costs money or not. The processes and everything else associated with a charter or a warrant or a bylaw or anything like that, that just puts controls in place, is not something we've typically determined to have a financial impact on. So with that, I would just recommend on 32 that we find no financial impact. And with that, I would entertain a motion to find no financial impact on.
So moved. Second?
All right. Roll call vote. Tom?
Aye.
Mike? Aye. Anna?
Aye.
Tanya?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
And an aye for myself.
Okay, the next article, Article 33, is a debt exclusion for Marshall Park. I think that you had a presentation from the proponents, but this is a $13.8 million debt exclusion that must pass both at town meeting and at the ballot box. And I'm going to give a lot of credit to your chair, who did a lot of work on debt analysis. And when I opened it, I was so pleased that he did it. But, so thank you, Mr. Chairman. But I don't know if you wanted to share with the committee your analysis here.
So just debt-wise, I think I sent you all a link to the debt analysis that I did. We are generally within the 11% on excluded debt with this. We approach the 11%. We are almost nowhere near on the 4%, which is the regular debt. And I didn't have the how regular debt was decreasing based on current, so I wasn't able to really calculate where we were 14%, but
I added
14%.
on my tab, I had, like, if you look at on the tab that I created and I put my name on, so people, I had added that.
Okay. All right, so ultimately, I think that needs to be your debt schedule, but you can...
I can steal it. Thank you so much, Mr.
I
Chairman.
will say that the one thing in there is that took into account no Proposition 2.5 overrides in the future, which would thus just reduce the percentage. And the increase that I did put in there was 3.73%, which accounted for the normal levy limit of 2.5% increase, plus new growth, and I based that on this year's numbers, which was 3.73, I think.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
And, yeah, so I did add our current, I do have a different spreadsheet that we have to share.
Oh, thank you.
It doesn't sound like you have previous town manager spreadsheet. And so for 3 years, we go 1.3, 1 year we go 1.3% above the excluded debt levy of 11%, but we do not pass the overall capacity of 14%. We always stay under 11.5.
I don't know that I can validate the former town manager's spreadsheet, though, because I did take what we got from the bond council, or the...
Our current number, yeah, our most current numbers were where...
Yeah.
I'll send it and then you can verify. So I think that, I'm just confirming what you're saying, and we stay above that 11%, but not the total. We never crossed the 14%.
Yeah, okay.
And I think another point here is that this analysis was done with the assumption that there would be this full project funded through the debt exclusion and that there was going to be no grant funding associated with this, right? So,
Yeah. I did not account for grants.
right, so if, there was a substantial grant awarded for this project, if a future grant anywhere near that size is awarded, that will also bring those numbers down.
Also, something else that I think you took this in consideration, Mr. Chair, was that I think we take the levy, we take the debt for the entire time on the first year.
I just used the spreads that was in the...
From bond council.
Okay. Okay, so you did.
What is it called? Debt?
Bond council?
Bond council.
Okay.
And I used the 18-year and the 20-year.
Okay, so yeah, so you actually typed everything versus doing 1 year, right? Yeah, no, that's good. So you did take it into consideration that...
Yeah, there may be
as
a
of
typo
now.
in there too, but
That's for sure. No, it just, it's in adding new debt is always a funny thing with timing because, you got to have enough capacity to add a significant debt. Like if you're trying to do a big project, it's not any time because you got to wait until you have enough mature debt. And a couple years ago, we did have, I think it was the police station and the library matured, and that opened that capacity. So now we are doing, if both projects are funded, we are going back to that levy, to the limit that we have, and then, probably within another, so we already have paid 10 years, close to 10 years by the time this matures, to the high school. So 10 years from now will be 20 years of the high school will be, by that time, the primary is going to be done. So for the town to do these big projects, the town has to be strategic about adding this debt at the right time, and this one seems to be the right time.
Yeah.
In terms of not passing and everything else.
Yeah, so the other thing that I just kind of eyeballed in there is that around the time that you might think about another new school, we would probably have debt capacity. Because, as a ratio, the percentage is off of a tax levy that continues to increase. And it's incredible how high that levy gets because of compounding rates, right? The numbers that are there. Rhonda is itching.
Yeah, I can hear somebody. Rhonda Lucia, 181 Reservoir Road. Now, in the projections that you're talking about, do you also include the school is almost ready to announce the findings for what's needed for Turkey Hill to keep it going for the next however long? Is a borrowing project for that also considered?
So, again, that could be regular debt, I think. Maybe I'm speaking for town manager, but I don't know the extent of that. It could be regular debt, it could be capital items as well. So no, I don't have anything laid in there because I have no idea how much that might be.
Okay.
But there is regular debt capacity, even with both of these. Yeah, we have like $50,000 of debt. I actually think we've gotten into an unhealthy situation as a municipality, right? We think like ourselves where, next year I pay off my mortgage, right? And that's a good thing. But I think for towns, they're not going to retire anytime soon, right? There will be a 400th Lunenburg celebration. So we need to continuously use debt as a funding mechanism for our larger projects. And I think we have just retired so much and kind of put that into the operating budget that we've gotten into an unhealthy position relative to,
Regular debt.
Using regular debt.
Does that make
Yes, it does make sense. But I just had one other thing. I think at Parks, they let us know what they thought the impact on each, the average homeowner, if we could just get that info.
Yeah, we did calculate that, so I think it's in my report.
50 cents? Is it 50 cents in the dollar?
It's 48. It was less than 50 cents, 40-something cents.
Okay.
So,
just one, did I not put it in there? I thought I had it in there.
It's in there.
Where is it? It says XX. I thought I had a number though.
That's your version, has excess, the one we sent back to you.
Okay.
I know I saw that 48 cents somewhere.
I think it might have been in the bond council.
Okay, Marshall Park is, so 55 cents. 55 cents on the dollar.
Okay, so 55 cents on the dollar on the thousand. Right?
On the thousand, sorry, yeah.
The average single-family household has a valuation of $504,937, which is an increase of $278. So if you know your valuation this year, it's 55 cents. And then municipal building, just because I have it up, the next article is 57 cents per. So the combined two of them are about $1.10, $1.12. That would be without any grants. So grants could reduce that number.
let's double check before we print it. This is not going to be printed, okay.
But the 55 and 57, if you're wondering why the higher dollar project is only a few cents, it's the longer term of the borrowing.
Right. I actually thought it was a little less. I thought it was 47 cents, and I thought the impact was going to be $231 or 30.
That might have been before getting the final answer from bond council.
Oh, we received something else that I haven't seen. Okay.
We received the combined projections.
Yeah.
Projects. So I can take another look, but those are the numbers.
Was it in the
I can't hear
last
that.
few days? Oh, come. No.
That's part of the combined projections. So there were other projections that came after the fact, and there's two articles for Marshall Park, so there's two totals as well. So there's phase one, and then the total project, so you...
Right.
So the 55, I think it was, that's the worst-case scenario, but I could go back and take another look.
Yeah, because I think
Yeah.
they are, so if you could do me a favor, you and Jen, circle back with the chair of the Parks Commission and making sure that she has because I think she's been talking and they're planning for a public...
next week.
Next week, and we just want to be saying the same number, and I don't think she's saying that number. Whatever it is, the decision, I just think, let's make sure we're all talking the same number. And I do hear what you're saying, yes, there are a total of 18 different projections. It seems like, I get it. I'm not disagreeing or saying it's wrong.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dave?
Yeah, Chris, I blanked when you were talking about the impact on the percentage of exempted borrowing, and Anna was talking about it. When you said we're bumping up right against the 11% and just slightly over on 1 or 2 years, was that both exempted borrowing proposals or just Marshall Park?
That was the two of them combined.
Okay, that's all I need. You don't have to explain any further. I missed that part of it. Thank you.
The two combined.
Yep.
Okay, so I do have a question for you. I know there's talk of potentially a floor amendment to go to just the first phase, but this does require the ballot and the vote at town election.
Right.
Do we have language associated with those?
Right. So because the election warrant needs to be set and printed before we know the outcome of town meeting and whether there is a floor motion put forward or not, we are for the election warrant anticipating that either of those two scenarios could come forward. And essentially the way that the voting will work is that it's essentially like a pyramid choice. So if you were to vote at the election, on the election warrant for the $13 million project, that also includes a vote in the affirmative for the lower project.
Okay.
But if you vote only for the lower project, that would not be a yes vote for the $13 million project.
That's very confusing.
And unless there's a special election, there's no way to avoid this with the planned floor amendment possibility.
Anyone can make an amendment on the floor for a non-planned amount or anything. So
the likelihood of that on a large borrowing being successful at town meeting as opposed to the proponents proffering an amendment on town meeting floor, it does change the dynamics a bit there with the likelihood of success.
Can the ballot be up to an amount?
So actually, the ballot does not, for a debt exclusion, does not even need to include the amount. What it does need to do is describe, though, the projects. So if we don't include the amount, then people are going to be even more confused because they have to read and say, okay, this one has these bathroom facilities and doesn't have this, or because it's a description, it says, 3 pickleball courts and basketball courts, and then the next option has a different description. It is confusing with a planned.
So I'm going to ask you to circle back with the chair of the Parks Commission, because I know they have an upcoming meeting.
We had a discussion, was it yesterday? The chair and the vice chair of the Parks Commission and I met, amongst other things, we did discuss this optional, the way that this is going to appear, and that there's going to have to be a fair amount of education for voters about what their vote means at, not so much at town meeting, I think town meeting is more straightforward, but at the ballot.
I've never seen a ballot that way.
So, I do think that there really can't be floor amendments. It has to be aligned to it on this one. But the 18-year amortization of the 13,735 says a tax rate of approximately 46 cents.
Okay. I'll double check.
I'm just looking at the bond council one. I think what you grabbed was the 15-year amortization, which was 52.
I think So I think I might have looked at the shorter term, because I think at the time there was, the parks had to just provide justification for the longer term borrowing. So I think I grabbed the worst case scenario.
Okay,
in that
so
number, yeah.
I think we would go with the 18-year though, right, on this?
So let me take a look. I can circle back to you.
Okay, I would like the answer.
Yep.
Because
I'll get it to you tomorrow.
Put out the report tonight.
Yep. Okay, I'll get it tonight. Yep.
I think there's a little hesitation just on the 18-year with the useful life of some of the equipment that could be in there.
We've used that one as it stands.
Since the 1970s, it appears.
Go ahead, before that.
Probably over 3 years.
Okay, was there any other questions or comments associated with this one? Okay, I do want to make recommendations on these two articles, even if there's questions that will be answered in our report. So I think it's either 46 or 52, and that just depends on if it's 18 years or 15 years. I did do my analysis based on 18 years. All right, so anything else on this?
In terms of questions or commentary?
Before we vote?
No.
Okay, so I would entertain a motion to recommend approval on Article 33.
So moved. Second?
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, roll call vote. Tom?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Tanya?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
And an aye for myself.
And I know you said discussion a long time ago, but just as a comment on this article, because I heard select, this is a project that the town has been working and has invested money for the past 5 to 6 years. And, financially speaking, this is the mature time, the appropriate time to take on a larger debt, to do a larger project that the town, the residents want to see. So now is the right time financially to do that, even when we think about a future school based on when can that be planned, so. And that holds true for the next project as well.
Okay, so the next one is municipal building, which is updating this building, turning it into a meeting house. This is a historical registered building. I think it's on most of our graphics that we use in the town. It is the face of Lunenburg, maybe. And then to add on to Ritter Building, and to then update Ritter Building with municipal government, primarily going into Ritter, as well as the superintendent, a few of the school, and the ACE program. Michael Ray had given a good presentation to both the select board as well as the finance committee, and this was also one that has been going on for a few years. It did initially start out as the TC Passios. That was proven to be not really viable when the numbers came in. And this project, there was a lot of comments about it and all that, but I do think it's important as a town that we do give our employees and our public, buildings that they can work out of and that sort of thing. So that are ADA compliant, and all those sorts of items. So,
can I just add a couple of quick things? Well, the additional thing was that there will be more parking over on School Street. I can't remember the exact number, but there'll be much more parking for both, for the Ritter building. And of the money that's being spent, the vast majority is going to be spent on the Ritter building. What we call Town Hall now, the building that you're in right now, it's 1.7 million. I don't have it in front of me, but it's not the biggest chunk of money. Most of it's going to be spent on the renovation and the expansion of the Ritter building.
Thank you, Tom. And Tom has, we thank you as our representative onto that committee for several years now. Tom certainly has all the answers. Now, we do have this...
I'll make them up.
We do have this in the, currently at least, in our report as being 21.4 million to 22.3 million via excludable debt. I did ask Michael Ray for if he had a figure, and he did not get back to me yet. And I know I did watch the select board, at least for this portion of the meeting, and he still owes a summary associated with it. But with that said, I think, we've been talking about the big five, which are not elephants and rhinoceroses, and they are our buildings, for quite some time. We did demolish one of them. There's 4 left that need to be dealt with in one way or another. I think it's time to move forward with. And we have the borrowing now, and like I said, it does align, I think, with schools in the future to get all of our buildings to where they should be.
I think, Mr. Chairman, one thing that, really excites me in thinking about this possibility is that we are having a lot of conversations about increasing efficiencies between town and school operations, and the notion of having the town manager and superintendent under one roof, I think, will really help to allow that to happen more seamlessly. And in addition, these buildings, they are aging, and I think if not now, when?
And I'll also say that I am going to fully support this article, but the comments that I made in the past regarding the use of the space, I still do want I'm all for everybody being comfortable having offices, ADA compliance, all of that, but using the space in more of a community way so that residents can also enjoy all of the things that we're going to be doing here. And I think we did that with Marshall Park. We opened it up to many possibilities, and I think we should do it to these new buildings as well. So I'm not saying we don't deserve offices and all that. I fully am going to support this, but just put some thought into the other spaces, the open spaces that are in the buildings for community use and resident use.
There was a lot of input from staff, from users of the building, to get not only the square foot necessary, but also some kind of way to make the buildings run smoother. There is, like with anything, if we build this in 20 years from now, I would guess that the building is going to be used differently because the world changes and what you need now. So even that was thought of. How do we make sure that this building can be, be good for the next 20 or so years?
Did we ever get an operating budget for this new building?
We did not, I don't.
But I don't think they're there yet because of the level of design that has been. I know for Marshall, they have it, but that's at a 60 or 80% design package.
I just noticed this town, we're really good at building buildings and then not keeping them up. We constantly talk about a lot of the buildings around here with deferred maintenance, not, and everything. And then, we're talking about adding so many square feet. We got to heat that. We got to put electricity to that. It's going to add a lot to the overall operating budget of the town. You're adding, it's not a huge amount of square footage, but it is square footage. Custodians, people.
So I think the new space is about 8,000. square feet. I know what you're saying, like, actually a huge, yeah, Rhonda seems to know the exact. Maybe Tom, do you know the total?
We haven't got that yet. It's not part of, at the level we're at yet. But that's something that is going to be part of the ongoing process.
Sure.
We are looking at solar panels to offset some costs in the parking area. And the numbers that are given, kind of like with the Marshall Park, are not including any kind of money that we think we can get for grants and things like that. So this is assuming nothing like that, because we wanted to have the worst case scenario. And there's a big contingency put in there, but there's also unknowns. We haven't done the kind of ground checking around Ritter to see if there's something that's going to cost a lot of money, because we're digging a basement if there's a problem. We don't think there will be, but anytime you're doing renovations, there's unknowns. So we try to build in as much as we could.
I will say, as it relates to that, two things. One, the town did, 2 years ago maybe, put in the facilities director, right? So we recognize that need, and now there's someone dedicated to that. Yeah. I think the facility director primarily is fixing stuff because, things are just really in bad shape. But the other thing is, if you take it from a capital planning perspective, there are a lot of items on the 10-year plan related to the remaining 4 big 5 buildings in town. And at some point, we're going to have to actually start funding those. So there's maybe some gives and takes and a little bit more complexity than just
And there's an efficiency level of what we have now that's not efficient and costly, as opposed to a newer system that will be more efficient, and the use of the green energy going forward. So I think that's going to be a balance, honestly.
Yeah.
One other thing that I'll mention on the operating cost, because I think that's a good thought, is not doing anything costs a lot of money, not just on operational, but also on not useful life of the building. So I'll use it as an example, because I think our operational cost for that building to exist for the past 12 years, because that's when it was made not a school, is probably, I don't have it, but it's probably between 80.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, $60,000 to $80,000 a year, where 2/3 to 3/4 of the building is sitting empty, and we've been doing that for 12 years because we have taken no action. And meanwhile, the building has degraded now to the point that something that was could be used 12 years ago no longer can be used. So the no action cost is much greater on the operational end.
That's a little different, saying no action on an existing building versus no action versus not building a new building. I mean, it's like, and I'm not sitting here saying we shouldn't do this project. I'm just saying that it seems there's some decent operating and continuous budget costs that we have not looked at for this. I mean, we're scrapping right now to fund our school and, there's multiple other departments within this town that want to expand their operations, right? The fire chief has asked for how many years now he wants that 4th shift, and so let's look at everything that we need to be doing, like these great new buildings, wonderful, it's going to benefit everybody, but that's going to add to our bottom line and costs every year as well, and we haven't looked at that.
In operational or the debt expense?
Operational.
Okay. Operational cost.
I think we're speculating on operational costs now, and I think there's some ups and downs, and maybe we can, I don't know what we can do relative to that.
So no, that wouldn't come until later in the project, and would take, to get to those types of quantifications, takes a lot more of the design and engineering costs that would be funded through this this part of the project. So we've gotten all that we can get with the current funding.
I mean, if you go into ASHRAE, I mean, there's basic square footage to kilowatt hours per year for electricity, right? And it gives you a range, and that's gonna throw a stone into the water. That's gonna give us an idea.
I would imagine that the chair would have potentially, based on his background, some knowledge of what the operating costs may be that he could provide.
You don't need me, the chair.
No, the chair of the Municipal Building Design Committee.
I will do this. I will pose that question to Michael Ray. I think we asked it when he was here. He certainly wants this to move forward, and will probably come up with a story. Tom, are you meeting as a committee between now and?
We're meeting on Monday. I just got the agenda, when I was reading your emails, I got Mr. Jeffrey's emails.
Okay, so maybe you can kind of bring that up at the Municipal Design Committee meeting, and then
Yes.
I will independently reach out, to Michael Ray with that as well. It is.
You're all invited to the meeting because we have it is the most we do it online, and we have people. Half the people there are talking are not members of the committee, which is good.
All right, I do want to. Dave's hand's been up for a while. So Dave.
Yep, just very briefly, through you to anybody on the Zoom meeting, can you tell me and the taxpayers that will listen to this meeting tape that this number is going to give them the building that they've shown occupied and ready to be used? They started out in the $15 to $18 million range. It's now up to $21 to $22, $23 million range. I need to understand that Tom did mention a contingency. I'm not sure what that percentage is, but normally on projects like this, you're 5 to 10% contingency.
It's 20 to 25%.
Okay, thank you. That's a great contingency, the way things have been going. But I think it's going to be important for the taxpayers to know that this is going to be the number, or this is going to be the number with an additional $500,000 spent to bring it to schematic design, or what? Because if they approve this and then next year they're told, well, we need another $1 million to get the final plans and schematic design and start construction, then they're going to feel like they were duped. That's my only comment. I'm not funding this, so that will be my last comment on this item. Thank you.
One question I would have on this, maybe that, I don't know if Dave said this, or it just made me think of it. This comes furnished? Like this is with all the...
I was actually just literally thinking of the office furnishings with that question, and I don't know the answer of whether, we're not going to build a new building and bring over our broken, that chair in the corner.
My recollection was there was going to be, it would be furnished. I think I can't, I remember them talking about what kind of things, what kind of tabletops and things like that. So this is just, it wasn't something that I was focused on. But I'll bring that up at the meeting to double check. But I don't quote me on that, although I just said it on, it's being, I said it on the Zoom meeting that's being televised. So, but I believe it is. Except for PAC, which is their responsibility to furnish that part.
Yep, okay.
But I'll double check on Monday.
Rhonda, did you have a question?
No.
Okay.
Did you get everything you wanted? You had a question.
You were pouncing.
Rhonda Lucia, 181 Reservoir Road. No, I just, along with what one of the members was saying, the state is requiring us to have heat pumps in this new building. So we do live in Unitil's monopoly here, so when I hear things like that, and then I look around and I see, even on our so-called new buildings, you know, it's going to have a few elevators, and the high school, middle school, I think it was like they had to pay $30,000 this past year to just fix the elevator. And that's, I think, less than 10 years old. So I think we're living in fantasy land if we think that new buildings don't have pretty sizable costs. That's all. Thanks.
And to go on to what you're saying with the heat pumps, a lot of people don't realize, but, you know, in New England, when we run air conditioning, I mean, we run it 3 months a year, so your compressors are running 2 or 3 months a year. That same compressor is what runs your heat pump, right? And now you hammer it roughly 4 times as much as you do just in air conditioning. All right, so your rooftop unit that used to last 20, 25 years is 11, 12-year cycle now. So your overall maintenance when it comes to that type of thing is considerably higher. You know, there's just a lot with building the newer buildings and all of the newer building codes that we deal with that are, it's actually quite the detriment to building longevity. And again, you know, I don't think in the scheme of things, the operation of an 8,000 square foot building is going to make or break the project by any means. It's just something that would be nice to know up front, just so we'd have that.
Yeah, no, I think that's a very fair thing, and I do remember when the middle high school was being built, this question came up, and it was just assumed that operations would be smaller, you know, cheaper, and they had some pretty complex systems in there that really did drive the operational costs up. So I don't know if it's an apples to apples from the schools to this building, but it is definitely something that would need to be, you know, projected and thought through. And you do want to maintain a new building at a different level than whatever and there needs to be good speakers.
So just real quick, in the early 90s, I was the assistant chief engineer for Drucker Management Company, and I was also a mechanic for Olympia New York Development. So these are two 40-story high-rise buildings, and I am actually a licensed HVAC technician. So, and I'm also certified in electrical, but not skilled in that department. But when it comes to cost estimating, I can tell you, building exterior structures out of glass and aluminum, there's a programming out there called RS Means. So RS Means has a cost program that you can put in all the factors, including put in all the money, and it'll do its own evaluation. And if somebody wants to do that, that should be the capital plan's direction is, let's get this done in this data, whoever's developing the project, and have them put all that information in the data, and we can come up with that. So I have heat pumps. I spent $1,000 a month this year, okay, with heat pumps. So last year I spent $600. It's doubled itself. So this year. So I'm just saying is Mr. Rupp has, you know, has hit it on the head. It's going to be calculated in there, but when you get a building up and running, 25% isn't going to be enough to keep it going if it's needed. Okay, if it's 22 million, I'm going to tell you right now, add $3.5 million to that just to get it up and running and keep it stable for 3 years. That's a good cost estimate to look at. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other comments, questions?
With both Marshall Park and this, what is the combined tax implication?
Yeah, so it's, we just determined, I just put it in the report. I just got to find it again. 46 per thousand for Marshall Park, and then 57, right, is what you told me? 57. So $90, basically $1.03.
What's the current rate?
It's like 14 something, I I think, isn't it?
14%?
14 per thousand,
Oh, yes.
1430 or something.
Yeah, 14 and change.
I mean, that change is based on valuation and stuff, but.
Right, when the values go up, the rate goes down. It's always increasing by 2.5%.
Okay. All right, with that, I would entertain a motion to recommend approval of 34.
So moved?
Second?
All right, roll call vote. Tom?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Tanya?
Aye.
Jean?
No.
And an aye for myself. So we finally got to someone not in the unanimous.
Well,
That's good. No,
it's just because I've talked to a lot of people in this
Yeah.
town, and they know.
Yeah, no, I like that we're not -0 every time.
Where's Jay when we need him?
Yeah, I don't know. Jay last minute said he was unavailable tonight. So. All right, with that,
Close the public hearing.
yes, I would entertain a motion to close public hearing.
So moved?
All right, all those in favor, Tom?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Tanya?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
And an aye for myself. All right, thank you for all that showed up to public hearing and made their voices heard. Thank you for everyone that came prepared for the briefing tonight. All right, so the next thing on our agenda will be, I framed it as a workshop. So I sent out a draft of, well, a link to the draft of the annual town report. Tanya did make it better formatted today, so in that same drive, there's now one that's called Updated Lunenburg Finance Committee Annual Report. So I would recommend that we work off of that, and then if there's comments, I guess the way we'll have to do it is to just have everyone pull it up, and we can go paragraph by paragraph.
Can we have
Use
a
the restroom.
Okay, can we have a 3 minutes recess just before we start a new task?
You gotta buy drinks, I think, don't you?
I heard a lot of
Thank God we voted for the Ritter building. It's going to be a new bathroom in there, too. They're much more private.
Yeah.
So we won't hear the flushing anymore.
Did everyone sees where that is?
No, I don't see it either.
Okay, so it's in the budget folder.
We're from here.
So go to documents, and then
And then budget. Budget material?
Budget material, FY '26, and then annual report, and then there's the updated. Is that in there, updated? It should have been saved by me. Yeah, you're in there now. Okay. So I can see 5 of us in here.
So you're looking at the updated one, is that correct?
The updated one, yeah. So this is why I kind of wanted 2 weeks to pull this together, but we're on 1 week. But that's where we are.
We're gonna reformat this so that it's same font, same spacing, all that stuff.
Didn't you do that?
It looks like it's, well, there's some added things, but like some of the things are not the same font.
Are you in the web version or the desktop version of Word?
Desktop, probably.
Okay. Because when you're in the web browser, everything looks funky.
Does it look funky to you? Like, doesn't the operations look bigger than school department? And
Yeah.
borrowing looks bigger than, and it's all jumbly.
See, I don't see that.
I mean, it's all the right information. It's great. It's just,
Okay, we'll format.
okay.
Although I don't know if you've seen our town report, sometimes it's just scanned PDFs of
No, I can't.
documents.
Don't tell me. I can't hear it.
We do not have desktop publishing. You don't have any staff, right, desktop publishing?
Desktop publishing.
Yeah.
Is that like an old program, publisher?
No, we have people in my company that are desktop publishing to put out, when we put out proposals. We have graphics engineers that create graphics for us.
We have Canva.
Chris Ruth has a drone, right?
Lost Dave Passios. It's getting hot in here. In the window.
Those heat pumps are working.
They work great when it's 50 degrees out.
Okay, so, Anna, do you have the latest one open?
No, I was not. I'm done.
Okay, so it's in that same folder, but now it's called Updated Lunenburg Finance.
Yes. It's on.
All right, you're in. Okay, so there's two ways we can do this. Just, if everything is somewhat trivial in nature, we can just update it on the fly here. If there's anything we want to, what I would recommend by the end of tonight is we either approve it as it's written here today, or we approve it with me having authorization to make final edits in line with the spirit of our discussions.
Okay.
Okay, so let's take kind of let's just go through it. So the first paragraph on May 3rd, are there any comments associated with that? I don't know what this is. What is this? Oh. Okay, that's just where people are. Okay, then I list...
Those are us, those little sticks. Like life, a game of life, those sticks that are in the car.
Okay. Okay, then the next 5 bullets hit on articles. Jen is going to have to update them to the final article number for us, or I'll work with you if you need to, just based on how the article, the final order of them.
Okay.
Anything on those? To me, those were like the 5 critical things. If people were to come to town meeting, those are the ones that are not just kind of run-of-the-mill, in my opinion.
I think on what's described as Article K,
Yeah.
my suggestion is not enhancements to Marshall Park. The Parks Commission have been using revitalization and construction of the master plan or something along those lines.
All right, do you want to type it in right now?
Okay, I'll do that. I'm very wordy because my original language is Portuguese, so you can do, you can change whatever you want.
Looks like there's just a random S that was put in there. Do we have track changes on?
Mr. Chair, so the version that you're working off currently does not include the couple of changes that came from the finance director and I,
Yeah, so I would welcome you to jump in.
Okay.
Just tell us where those would go. You are part of this team. You will get the praise and the...
And the burden.
stake in the grave.
Okay.
I'm going to sit down.
All right, anything else on the 5? Did you have something in the 5 bullets? No. Okay. There's a paragraph after that, the first 3 articles, anything on that?
Yes.
I think Ritter, I'm sorry, but I think Ritter Memorial in Article L is spelled incorrectly.
Oh, it's double T, right? Yep, okay. Okay.
Not to be that guy, but I just...
No, be that
Hey,
guy.
Gordon, that's important.
You were that guy in college, so.
Hey, we weren't bringing that stuff up.
Oh, yeah. No, you were smart. Okay.
He was smart? He were smart?
He was wicked smart. Okay. All right, anything else in that first section? The first 3 articles and, okay. All right, town revenue projections?
Yes. So the net state aid
Oh, yeah.
is $10,006,739.
Okay, hold on, you're way too fast. 10 million?
6,000.
Yep.
739.
10,006?
Correct, 739.
Okay.
And then I would just suggest the change from state representatives to state legislature so that we make sure we're being clear that we're including Senator Cronin in this.
State legislators?
Yep.
I need to see how I can spell. Which I can't. Slaters, okay.
So one thing that when I was reading, let me just see, state aid comes from. Because it changed, I had made a copy. Where is state aid on that?
Yeah, man, I wish we could just all go off and propose changes, right?
While Ms. Lockwood's pulling that up, the last paragraph of that section talks about the grant writer services. I don't know if you want to adjust that last sentence accordingly.
Okay, so I think we can just strike it now that it's in the, do we agree?
Yeah. And they've changed the font. I don't like that font. Okay. 35, okay, for like,
Wing-ding.
So I had added on my notes, you had one important aspect of state aid is, where is that?
Right above the graph?
Right above the graph. Okay, so I'll just tell you and don't try to find it because it'll be easy for me to just follow one document. One important aspect of the state aid is Chapter 70, and then in my mind, I wanted to call out what Chapter 70 is, because this is going to every household. And I added Chapter 7 is Chapter 7 program is the primary source of state aid for funding local public elementary and secondary schools. This year's the government budget allocated blah blah of Chapter 70 funds to Lunenburg. And that just so that we really call out that this is for education and this is what they're giving us for education versus just saying Chapter 70.
Okay, so this section got reworded a little bit, so how would we want to do that?
Do you want a definition of what Chapter 70 is?
I just want to add Chapter 70 so people know when they're reading what Chapter 70 is.
Okay, so after the sentence it says, Chapter 70 governor's budget is set at blah, blah, blah for education, just add a...
Yeah, it's the primary source. I'll copy this and you guys can just incorporate, like, Chris, stay there so I don't lose. 70. I'll put it over here and put in parentheses, just some more information. Did it go? No?
Something happened.
No, not all of them. I hang back.
Are you trying to add that as the part
There we
that says
go.
the funding?
No, it's just that. It's just put something that this is, like, if the state's gonna give us money for education, this is it. Somewhere there, I think it would make me happy.
Okay, so I would just, okay.
You can add it any way you want.
All right, I will update that after the fact.
Okay.
I think that's a good idea.
Do we have like track changes on or something?
Yeah, when you go, should be under, yeah, where it says editing, and if you do reviewing, it will do track changes.
Okay, I don't know what's going on. Okay, I will add that. All right, then we have the table, which kind of shows that for most of this period, you know, the state increased this by over 5%, but the last 3 years, it's been 1.5%. So that's pretty significant, I think.
Can I ask a question about the 1.5%? It wasn't clear to me, because I was looking at the table, what was the 5.3 and what was the 1.5? Is it the percentage change between year over year? So like between...
I think I originally had that as from FY13 to FY23. It was 5.3%. Is that how I had it? Mm-hmm. Okay.
And between, and when is I would say when those increases were, over the past decade from 2013 to FY24, it was 5.3.
Good.
And the 1.5 was between...
Just the last 3 years. So I removed over the last decade and just changed it because I had calculated them from FY13 to FY23.
Okay.
Increased. Okay. Anything else on that paragraph?
No.
Okay. Then we have a table. I pulled this right off of the state site and then added numbers, I think, in FY25 and 26 from the schools associated with change. I think the FY25 number is right for student enrollment, foundation enrollment, because that's what was presented to us. But it's strange that it didn't change, but I don't think it's a huge deal if it's off by a little. I got it from their presentation, though.
Okay, well... Yeah, I mean... Yeah.
Okay. Anything on the table? Okay, anything on the paragraph after the table?
When you say after the table operations...
Additional revenue sources include local receipts. All right, the next section states operations and has an introductory paragraph. Any comments on that?
I do have one comment on the sentence beginning with, as a result of these headwinds. Because we are making that one increase, I didn't know if we wanted to say, instead of the word either, have been largely held level.
So did you strike that or something? I don't see headwinds on here anymore.
As a result of these headwinds, department staffing plans?
As a result, department staffing plans are either maintained.
I think someone took out headwinds.
Or reduced.
What?
I said, I think someone took out headwinds from their version because I don't see headwinds.
Okay, so it's still it's that sentence. It's just the word either in that sentence. staffing plans are either have largely been held.
Fourth sentence.
Oh, okay, either. As a result, department staffing plans
Are either maintained based on hold.
Have largely been held level.
So what do you suggest?
have largely,
Well, because there is the one staffing change proposed, I don't want to say that they have all been held level. They have been largely held.
Gotcha.
So what's the language you want to?
Largely held.
well, so I think she's looking at different language, though.
Yeah, I'm going between the two versions because my track changes are in one. It's really just that word either. I can make the change here.
Should I just, are largely is what you wanted?
So as a result, department staffing plans have largely been held, okay, it is different. As a result, department staffing plans
I think this is,
are largely,
put a note and think about it later.
or most,
Or mostly.
or as a result, the vast majority of department staffing plans, maybe put it there.
Yeah. Do you want vast in there?
I think.
Yeah, let's put vast in there.
Majority?
Do you even have a vast majority of the department?
Sounds so much better.
Makes it sound like we're Worcester.
So
Like
plans
Boston.
have been maintained? Or do you still want the word either in there?
Have been maintained,
Okay.
have been, yeah, have been maintained, placed on hold, or reduced.
Yeah, so plans have been maintained. Yep, that looks good.
Okay.
I think, and then just the fire department and school department experienced the most significant impacts of these decisions this year.
Okay.
Well, I mean, because, okay. Just, it's fine.
We need a pluralized decision.
Thank you. Anything else on that operations paragraph? All right, school department operations.
So, my suggestion is to say, instead of calling out 28 full-time equivalent and 39 actual positions, my suggestion is to make that a not exact number, because just last night they were saying we might shift, that might mean different cuts, that might mean different numbers, because this is a report that goes into town meeting. I just think of the, exact record. And this is something that fluctuates depending on which position they cut, their priority, like literally they can make changes to their staffing plans on, 10 days before, the day before the new fiscal year goes on. So I wouldn't call out exact things for various reasons.
Either that or add an addendum on that these numbers are subject to change based on the use
Put in
of.
approximately.
Yeah,
Yeah, that looks good. Approximately makes sense.
okay.
Yeah. And I think we got to be careful saying 28 full-time equivalents and 39 actual positions, because some people will read that as, 67 people.
Parentheses, maybe. in
Right.
parentheses.
So I think what Chris changed it to, that I would not write any exact number. Alone yesterday, my suggestion is no exact number, period.
What would you say?
I would just say the budget is eliminating staff, and the school committees and superintendent are still working on finalizing those changes at this time. But I mean, they haven't even, but anyway, I'm going to let it go. I would say something along the lines of the decisions they have made, that's all.
We just have to be transparent, because if you don't put a number, they're going to inflate the number, I think.
Yeah.
Like, I would inflate it to
If any, I agree. I think if anything, I would say this, this budget necessitates eliminating approximately 28 full-time equivalents, 39 employees. At the time of this publication, these numbers may change as.
I would do one number then, so that is like, so there's no confusion, like the one you stated. We don't want this to create more confusion.
No, I agree.
Okay. I think this is their stated number at the time of their report.
Yeah, but, at the same time, they consistently say they can, it's never an exact number because it can change, depends on the position. They may combine functions, like, I hear you, it is their stated number as of last night, I think.
I think we're covering ourselves at the time of writing.
Right, yeah, which is good.
Approximately.
Yeah. No, I think this is good.
Okay.
Right, we're not soothsayers. We can't just, we're writing it now. This is what we know.
Yeah, no, this is good.
Okay, a citizen's petition article for 2 million, blah, blah, blah. Anything on that paragraph?
I mean, it's just so hard because, like, a citizen petition it's not level funding because just yesterday they said it's not level funded. They have not funded. They took it on fees. I would say as the presented superintendent level funded budget, because that is the only.
I have never been presented a level funding budget.
To the school committee.
I don't go off what's presented.
Well, the citizen petition was.
I mean, I can put level funding in quotes but
They had and then, so that's what it was for. Whether or not that's enough money or it's too much money for restoring level funding, that's what the article was.
I think it's true that it aims to restore level funding.
Yes.
That was stated to us.
Yep. Let's restore. 2 FY25 operations, sure, that's fine.
Okay. So today, I did add the select board voted unanimously to recommend disapproval of this article and further voted to not include the Proposition 2.5 override on the annual town meeting. As a Proposition 2.5 override, the article would require passage at town meeting and at an election, therefore no path exists for this article.
I think to say that we approved it too.
The select board voted unanimously to not recommend that approve of this article and further voted to not include the proposition on the annual town election.
Warrant, on the annual town election warrant.
Election town, yeah, not meeting.
Is it warrant or ballot?
Warrant.
Thought it was ballot.
It becomes a ballot.
Okay.
Oh, we're getting technical
We
here,
are
Ms.
getting
Lawyer.
You're a good writer. I can see you write budgets all the time. You don't love it.
Okay, anything else?
No.
I considered putting in something related to Brian's email to us tonight. But I chose not to, because they never took a vote, so.
And that's why it gets so, I mean, I know I'm worried, but it's, it's so hard to express that in a.
Okay.
I hear you. I'm with you.
Okay, so if approved, the tax rate would increase by approximately 89 per thousand. I kind of did that based on that was my calculation, I think. Does that sound accurate?
I can put it in the calculator right now.
There is a website.
Yes, there is.
I just calculate stuff in my head. Sometimes it's wrong.
WPI.
Not really, but.
I was wrong once, but I was just mistaken.
What's that?
I said I was wrong once, but I was mistaken.
That's right.
Okay. Out. Lunenburg. Where are you? Okay. All right. Oh, error while processing my request.
Does not compute.
So something I mentioned to Chris the other day, I don't know how you guys feel, like, I don't overly like the 89 cents per thousand. I mean, it's fine, right? But I would much rather see a percentage in there. Or at least, added in there so people could actually hear what they are getting increased by.
What was your calculation? 89 cents?
Yeah.
100% correct.
He looked it up earlier.
No, I didn't.
So
Is it $449?
$449.39.
Yeah.
100%.
Well, how would the percentage of what?
She hates it.
Of their loss.
I really wanted to give a dig, another dig for WPI, but all right.
I hear you. I hear you. The only thing.
Because here's the thing, right? So 89 cents per thousand, okay, got to kind of figure out what that is, so my tax rate and everything else. But if I sit here and tell you that that is equal to a 6.2% increase on your taxes from last year, you kind of lock that in pretty fast.
Yeah, but, Jen.
People are going to want to know how much it's going to increase their tax bill, and that's what it says, $449 for a house of $504,937. So I think that's going to help people understand. I mean, I know engineers love percentages, but average people, bankers do too, but average people like real dollars. How much is it going to cost me? I don't care. Don't tell me 6% more. How much? $449. Okay.
If your house is worth $504,000.
Right. So you just look at your tax bill and say, okay, it's $600,000. So 600 times 89. I know Chris has figured that out already, but I don't know what that number is.
Or you multiply it by 6%.
I think it's the same. The only thing that I would note is that people that are used to dealing with tax and town meeting and these things, this is a language that they're used to.
I get it. I just find it very ambiguous because you're basing it on averages, right? So you're basing $449 on a $504,000 average for the town, right?
I mean, we've put tables in the past, like last year we put in a table. This would get complicated with multiple tables.
I'm not saying a table, I mean just simply...
I do think, like, in general, we use the how much per thousand and equate it to a single-family household. Is it 6%? Is
6.19.
Can we just put both, so that people whose minds work different ways can look at it in different ways?
Doesn't also, the reason they do these dollars, isn't because, like, if your tax rate changed, that 40 cents does not change. And if you're...
Well, we just said that 89 cents could change though, right? Or that the actual amount that you pay per thousand changes based on valuations as well, because it can only go up 2.5%.
Exactly. It's based, this is like a snapshot in time at what the current tax, the impact right now.
Right.
So with, if the valuations go up, that 449 no longer holds.
Did you say 6.9?
6.19.
6.19. All right, so I put another sentence. This is a 6.19% increase in property tax.
Well, one thing that'll come, since we're talking about percentages and you like it.
Based on the average. I'm sorry, you should write based on this average.
No, it's based on anything at that point.
It will, which, based on values?
Yeah, because your total fiscal year 25 tax levy excluded debt was 34 million.
Right.
This is going to add 2.1 million.
Okay.
That was quick. I'm impressed.
Anyway, we'll keep going.
Okay, I see no problem adding that. Okay, if the override is rejected, Article N, 500,000, is a temporary measure to delay service cuts. The school committee has not yet determined how these funds would be allocated, with further details expected at annual town meeting.
Actually, they said there will not be a town meeting. It will be after town meeting. If it passes and it passes in the ballot, they'll discuss then. That was based on yesterday's meeting.
She thinks. Not the override, the 500,000?
The 500,000.
Oh, okay, sorry, I'm still on the we're talking about override here.
No, I moved off. We're done with overrides.
Okay.
We got to get out of here by 11.
Yeah.
I have a curfew.
Poor G.
All right.
If it talk.
Fire department operations. So for those that don't have this, fire department currently operates 3 shifts covering 24/7 town operations, leading to a 48-hour, 6-day per week schedule. Sundays are covered by call and per diem staff, with 62% of coverage provided by career firefighters. Of the 197 mass fire departments providing 24/7 coverage, Lunenburg is only one of 6 operating with 3 shifts. Most departments use a 4-shift model, making Lunenburg less competitive in hiring and retention. The shift expansion plan remains on hold for another year.
Oh, it has.
What do you think, Glenn?
I think you should put them in this year.
We know you.
Tomorrow.
So one thing I made note, Chris, because you hammered on me like, don't give opinion, and here you say, should be you said the shift expense. Oh, okay. Okay, it got taken out. On the previous head, but should be addressed in the future.
Okay.
Shift, and I said, should be, it's an opinion versus a statement of fact, but that got taken out.
Okay. All right, so on to borrowing, the entire, so I had originally put this all in there. I think it maybe still should be in there, but a definition of regular debt and excludable debt. And then town manager and I had a back and forth on, how might we word, she came up with this green portion, the fact that it is healthy to have debt, like the discussion we had earlier. So I put it in green just to put attention to it. And I kind of put it in between definitions of debt and then the policy. So this is new to everyone except for Jen and I. So what's people's thought on that?
And the source is DLS directly, so.
I would take out however.
Me too, I was thinking that.
Just because we want it to be clear cut.
Right.
And it's just true.
Take out the however statement or?
Oh, just the however word, like
okay.
that cannot become overburdensome.
Yeah. So one thing, just because of terminology used throughout town meeting warrant, I know we are thinking capital purchasing as a general for debt, but because we have capital planning committee, the capital things, I'm not sure I would use capital purchasing. I would maybe use, debt, taking on new debt should ideally be planned with its priorities analyzed and reviewed by, well, why are we talking about a capital committee here? Like, I agree with the sentiment of this second part, but I wouldn't mix capital planning committee here.
Is this whole paragraph from DLS?
I know what they're saying, but it's not the terminology usually used in town meeting.
I'm going to add that, I think, according to...
The Division of Local Services.
I think it just shows an accountability of checks and balances. And I think we should take out, ideally.
The division, not just division.
We're kind of changing their quote, though.
Oh, are we quoting it?
No, we're not quoting,
We should put it in quotes in sight.
Well,
We're,
hold on, I just want to get, this is a direct quote from DLS, or did you paraphrase it?
I did not paraphrase anything.
It's completely a direct quote?
We just took out somewhere, however, just took out stuff.
Okay, so why don't we put however back and just utilize their quote? Because those DLS people are wicked smart, too.
but they probably live in the city.
No?
Can you just add the word before division, according to the Division of Local Services? The
Ohio State.
And you probably should say Massachusetts Division of Local Service, so they know we're talking about
to
the
the
state.
Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Okay. We're having fun.
Oh, yeah. 11 o'clock at night.
Okay. The town policy mandates, is it mandates or states? Is it?
Suggests.
I think states, we don't suggest. It's too flaky.
All right. This year, regular debt decreases by 393 with savings allocated to?
I would say with capital allocated to, revenue allocated to something else. I wouldn't say savings.
Say what?
I wouldn't use the word savings. I would use the word capital, revenue.
What does the finance director say is the proper?
With savings, it's with that amount.
With monies? I always like saying monies.
With these funds being.
It could be, yeah. Which is monies.
Monies.
These monies.
You sound really like... Okay.
Being allocated to, right?
Yes.
With these
Allocated or
funds
being allocated?
being allocated. I do math, not English.
By utilizing
With these
funds?
offset funds?
By utilizing these funds?
Utilizing these funds? Yeah.
Utilizing these, no.
What are we saying?
With these funds just sounds weird to me.
Being
I
utilized?
would say utilizing these funds for the following, or something along those lines.
So after 14.
Utilized for?
Yeah, so instead of with these funds being allocated to, I would say these
How about this, utilized for?
utilized for,
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I'll have to see what grade level we're writing at.
I can barely see with their glasses.
Okay. I don't think there's anything controversial with the 1, 2, the sentence between them, or the other 1, 2. I did delete just over the track and field was also in our original rev, but that's been deleted from the warrant.
want to put the percentages in here too, Mike?
I like them.
For
but,
consistency?
I mean, I'm an engineer, I guess, so, you know.
All right, you just figure that out then and you tell us what it is.
All right, so Mike needs to give me a number. This is a...
Well, which plan are we going by?
Oh, sure.
18, 24, 16 year?
18.
18. We're going with that 18.
So is that 46 and 57 accurate?
Yes, that's from the schedule from bond council.
Great job, Chris, Jean, and Tanya.
What happened?
No, I'm saying good job for the people that worked on this.
Who?
Chris did all the work and Jean.
I didn't do much work. I looked at it and I thought it looked pretty good.
I guess it's proportional to 89.
Yes, it's like 4.46 is 3.2%.
3.2?
Yeah, that's what I came up with.
3.20?
Well, now I cleared it.
Are we using significant figures or? 3.2 is fine.
That's for the 46, and then what do you say, 57?
Okay, and then
it's like 3.97 for the other one, so I'd just say it's 4.
I like keeping it under 4.
Yep.
3.97.
Looks better.
Yeah, it's like 9/10 of a cent on gas. All right, the estimated impact for the Marshall Park projections will be detailed at town meeting. Should we say that they will be below the excludable debt limit? I think you can make that work, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the combined, both projects combined would remain under the excludable debt policy limit of 11%. Does that sound Englishy?
Do you think that that's going to open up questions about, but these 3 years where it's just over?
Well, that's what my question is, like,
Yeah,
I think, can you make that work?
You can make the can I make the argument work?
No, can you, I mean, could you make the math work, I guess? Like, could you make it so that it remains under 11%?
Can we pay something ahead with free cash to?
Or just the timing of it. I mean, how accurate was the timing of all those projects and the borrowing and?
It would depend on when the projects actually start.
Yeah.
Projection, I think, was FY27.
Mm-hmm.
But that's, no, it's still.
Right. Would overall remain under the 11% with 3 year, well, maybe just say with 3 years possibly being just above the recommended threshold.
And overall.
And it's recommended, it is should, the word is should, not.
And the total debt is still well below 14%. Which is really the number that we're trying to get, because we pretty much have no regular debt left. So overall, we're still under the 14% throughout the lifetime of these.
Right.
Do you remember which years those were?
Do you have it easy? I think it was,
It was like years 3, 4, 5.
that's what I want to say. I want to say
It's right here.
Yeah.
It's
Oh, yeah.
it's in the folder.
Well,
28, 29, 30.
yeah.
So I'm going to say based on timing of
Project initiation?
project initiation, and bond issues.
I don't like that word.
Issues.
Isn't that what it is, though? It's a bond.
Issuance of bonds.
Is.
Issuance of, yeah.
One too many misplaced letters there.
Every time I say the word issues, people are like, what issues? Doesn't know what it means.
Right, everything. Right, these are all estimates, right, as he's saying in my ears, these are all estimates, because if we have all of a sudden a lot of development, that $400 estimated new growth could skyrocket, or vice versa. So this is another snapshot based on.
Okay, so.
Today's.
Yeah, the average home value can change at the time of the borrowing. The market can change the percent of the
interest rate.
The interest rates. Yeah.
The combined projects would be around the 11% excludable debt policy limit. Okay, how's that? Okay. And then just summary is thank yous. The music starts coming on and we get yanked off the stage.
And you're going to reformat, so it's nice and pretty and the same.
Yeah, and I'm going to try to make it so that everyone's name, I can do that by just doing this.
Wait.
Okay. Yep, we will try to make it pretty. Okay, so I have like one thing to just kind of put in there that, and I could probably do it right now, honestly.
To have to. I think we should have cookies for these meetings made by Karen Menard. White chocolate chip, really good.
Would you like them?
Huh?
Some pastries over there.
There's cookies
It's not like Karen Menard white chip cookies. They are awesome.
You should put coconut in them.
Will she be delivering a tray for town meeting?
I don't know.
Sustenance?
Cookies. Well, he's doing stuff, you know. And I can only think about cookies.
Did you like format this as red font and underlined or?
Me?
No, Anna.
Oh, her changes were.
Okay. Okay, so as it stands right now, is there anything we're missing from the report? I'm sure there's other things we could have delved into, but I think these are the key things.
I think that like in a high level, that's a good snapshot of the current finances. I mean, I did see in another town's financial report where it did call out the school department there also used some free cash to stabilize their operations, and the finance committee said this is not okay, not sustainable, and we don't recommend. There was a bit of a disagreement. We're not going there, we're just stating facts.
All right, so with that, I'll work with town manager. Obviously, we got to update the article numbers. There might be some slight tweaks of things. I don't think there will be anything major. that comes out of any of that.
You gotta keep the light switch on. I'm sorry.
Tom, were you saying something? Or?
No.
Oh.
No.
Okay, so with that, I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes while allowing the chair to make editorial comments and corrections. Not approve the minutes, approve the Finance Committee annual report.
So moved.
Second?
You can go.
All right, any discussion?
No.
Nope.
Okay, roll call vote. Tom?
Aye.
Mike? Aye. Hannah?
Aye.
Tanya?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
And an aye for myself. All right. So I want to thank everyone for working through this tonight. This is actually like the hardest part of being, this is probably one of the hardest things I think that we do is encapsulating this all in the report. So next year, one of you guys can.
We should have a template, and we can just put the information in.
So, so we're gonna, what's next? Because
Okay.
Jean is closing her laptop.
Yeah. Okay, so I don't think there's any more budget discussions or.
Actually, I do have, I want to run through some numbers, because I didn't watch the entire school committee meeting last night. I watched a little beat, a little bit, and I will tell you that my lane is the taxpayer, and any information I want, I have a right to do it as a taxpayer, and when you manage a $25 million budget, you got to be ready to answer some questions. But the budget, even at a town manager level for the school department, does deserve scrutiny. And I'm going to run through some very high-level practices of budgeting so people at home this late at night can understand. Last year, the school department budget was $24,883,000, rounded up. They had budgeted $17,188,000 in salaries. This year, they are increasing that budget by $949,205. That is the increase is based on town manager's budget. So they have more revenue and they're increasing that amount. They have said that they are reducing their staff by 9.3%, which they said is 301 full-time equivalent employees. However, I will call it out that during the budget analysis presentation that they have two different sections that call out their total number of employees. Both of those do not add to 300. One adds to about 254. One stays around the 239. So, to this day, I don't know where the 301 full-time equivalent employees come from, but that's what they said. So if we get 9.3% of $17,188,000, we get $1,598,000. Now, I'm going to say that there's different pay scales. We probably, you have to do a reduction of personnel, you're probably going to do it on the lower part. So I said, okay, what is 80% of that? Is $1,278,000. Okay. So now let's think about how you would do a budget. You do a budget by getting the money that you have from the previous, get your new revenue, which is $949,000, and you look at what you reduce in your budget to see what's available to build on top. And that's another $1.28 million. Okay, so out of the new revenue and budget reductions, they had free $1,278,000. But let's add more, because they told us that is another $2,054,000 that is not being funded. So just so we have an idea, based on these numbers, that is between FY25 and their FY26, that is a $4,282,000 budget increase from their previous year. That is a 17.21 percent increase. And that's just how you do budget. You take monies available, you look at your reductions, and then you look how far you are. Because if you were doing your budget and you're far for that 2 million, you start planning accordingly. So I think there is something that we need to really figure out what happened to this year, so that when we get to, even the town manager, but now here's a caveat that I don't want to go into too much of my things that I'm looking at and like, whoa. But I'll tell you one. We were presented with information that staff alone, based on contract increases, we're going to receive $944,000 just based on that. I think that's more encompassing than one group of staff. All right, so here's the thing. Between FY25 and FY26, the total amount spent on budget for staff is less by $472,000. So we're increasing this number, but in staff, we're actually reducing $472,000. So I think there is a lot to be looked at this budget, and I still want to know what is their staff count. I still want to see where their budget, all their revenue is coming from, because I think there's a lot of tell that we need to learn from this year. So just think about that, 17.21%, because that is how you would do the budget. You start with monies available minus the reductions you did, that's about 2 million, and then you look what is your delta, and that is how much you need new this year. It's a lot of money. So I'm sorry that, actually I'm not sorry, like I'm not apologizing, and I will likely do it again. I will continue to look at these numbers because it has to make sense. It needs to be very well explained. And as a requirement for the school committee, if they take a look on their requirements to do on the charter, they should have been presented a very long document explaining the shifts. That's part of the charter. And if I'm asking questions and I don't have the answers, it's because they have not met those requirements. That is one document that they have presented called budget analysis, where numbers don't match. And if you're tired because the numbers don't match, that's fine. Just give me what the real number is. And let's start with your head count. So that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you for the due diligence.
I'm just saying, like, you included 900,000, but now your staff is less. Whoa.
I also think we have to be extremely mindful of throwing out all of this information. The school committee did present to us for hours and hours, 2 times, and we did go line by line. We did look at all the expenses. So, I mean, I don't know why there's such an influx of numbers and information now.
Well, I mean,
I will say one thing. So our practice up until last year, when they didn't have a business manager and there was 4 budgets flowing around and everything was on spreadsheets and what have you, is that the business manager came in with a presentation, an actual PowerPoint presentation, presented to us off of a presentation, gave it to us 48 hours before the meeting, and we had the detailed budgets in front of us. I will also say that prior to last year, we weren't in kind of this crisis mode of being underfunded by things. Things were going pretty well, and we had lift from ESSER. And we, every year in our reports, stated we cannot rely on ESSER, and we should not hire based on ESSER. And you can always play a shell game like, well, I'm not paying out of my right pocket, I'm paying out of my left pocket. So I think we did get ourselves into a situation in the schools that maybe at some point we can go back and do a large case study on or something like that. But I also do think we are where we are. And I do think that collectively we do need to focus on analyzing the data like you talk about in detail, 5 years in the rear on actuals, 5 years in the rear on budget, 5 years going forward on projections. And we need to get to this state of budgeting where working off of detailed plans and deviating off of those plans, updating those plans. So I get some of the comments that were made last night. I wasn't going to say anything about them. I don't take offense by any of them. We are where we are. I do think we are the fiscal watchdog for the town, though. So going into this level of detail is definitely within our mass laws. The charter really only describes the process by which we get to town meeting. So Mass General Law then confers the rest of the powers at our Finance Committee, which is why I sent everyone that handbook. Because maybe we should read that, on the beach this summer and get up to speed on it, right? So, all right, the other things I did want to talk about is, did anyone get a chance to read the minutes that were put in today?
No, I read all the minutes. I did.
Okay, I did as well. All right, so we are at the point where we're kind of probably needing to start approving minutes, but if only two of us had a chance to read them, we'll have to do it at one of our next meetings.
Did you read it? Because if you did, you guys got 3.
What?
Did you read it?
I did, but...
That's 3.
Who else?
There's 2. You, Jean, and Tanya.
No, she did not.
Oh, okay, sorry. I thought you did, Jean.
So I think the homework for this next week is go through all the minutes. There's in the minutes to review. I have not given town clerk the ones that we've approved the last couple meetings. I got to go back through my notes, excuse me, and remind myself which ones we did approve.
Just to let you know, Chris, and I emailed you about this earlier, I think we need to look at a different way to record minutes, maybe through the transcription service through Zoom or something, because I don't feel like it's encompassing everything in those minutes. I don't think they're capturing everything.
We do have some software that...
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the person who does the minutes can kind of watch it and then look at the software just to make sure they correlate.
Yeah. Who's doing your minutes for you?
Danielle Barr.
And a great job. I mean, it's hard. It's a lot to watch a YouTube meeting of 5-6 hours long. So, awful. I would not want to do that. But if she had a transcription of it and then watched it and compared it, it might be a little bit quicker and easier for her to just update what was not correct if something was missed than just...
So I will say in YouTube, you can pull up the transcript next to the video.
Can you?
You can.
You can.
Okay.
It won't say who's speaking and what time, but it will
But
give
we
you
do
all
have
the-
software.
But I don't think minutes are transcripts, I will say that.
But it will give you,
Maybe, I think there's inconsistency in minute takers. I don't know if we train them. I don't know if we give them the tools to do it. Some boards actually take, like in nonprofits or things like that, they actually take minutes during the meeting and approve the minutes at the end of the meeting. So maybe, like to your point, there is a better way of doing things in 2025.
Because when we're approving the minutes, are we approving what's in the minutes or that we just read them?
Well, you're proving that they were accurate, yeah. Yeah. It is harder, I think, a little bit on the complete side of things. Now, we had a point where we didn't have anyone writing minutes for us, and we all had to write minutes on the FinCom, and it is awful.
It is awful.
It's really bad. Okay, so we have a meeting scheduled for next week, but I don't know that we have any pressing topics for next week. Is there anything that I don't know what I'd put on an agenda for next week, to be honest with you. I don't think you have anything you need from us, right? I don't think we're going to get anything from the schools in the next week, barring some, revelation as we lead into town hall. I would almost say we recommend just having April 10th.
I love that idea.
Okay.
I second that. What you're supposed to say? Make the motion, what?
Doesn't have to be a motion. And then I will play it by ear for are we the first and third or the second and fourth? I kind of forget at this point.
So,
I think we're the second and fourth, right? But if we need one on the 24th, I will,
We'll likely have at least one before town meeting, right?
yeah, I will say that I'm likely not to be in the United States on the 24th, but if we need one between now and town meeting, we'll do that. Otherwise, we'll meet after town meeting, and which is why I did kind of want to get towards approving minutes. So I'll probably plan for either the 17th or the 24th. So I'll get keep up on your emails, and Jean, you may need to run it though.
Okay.
It should be. Hopefully, it's easy. Okay. Any public comment from the public?
Glenn McLeod, 436 Reservoir Road. I just feel like I'm obligated to explain why I stayed here so late. I was going to leave earlier, but I do want to specifically thank Member Russell for her dissenting vote on the town hall. I agree with that vote. And I hope, and I know that's a very hard position to take, because it's very hard to get up here and, speak out against it, because as I've said before, speaking for myself, that there's really nothing about that project that I like. I believe I have said that here before, and it is hard to say that because of the points that the chair had made. So I just do also hope, if it does pass, that you remember the compassion for the employees and providing them a nice place to work, that you share that same compassion when the discussions come up, when you want to increase their health insurance rates, or you don't want to give them a raise that is due to them, a reasonable raise. And working off another comment of one of the members, I mean, we're working to try to staff the fire department, and we still haven't fully staffed that building. We don't need to talk about the staffing of the schools. And then my concern is we build that building and not staff it appropriately or compensate those employees. So it's just thoughts to keep in mind, and I really do appreciate the hearing the conversation tonight, because it does put it in perspective when you talk about debt service and the town's policy about debt service and how it fits in with the timing. That's all very helpful. So, and just leading to my next point, which the last one was going to be my only one, but I really appreciated the comments relative to asking the difficult questions. And I would, again, like to thank all of you for being on the Finance Committee, because you all have skills that I do not have, and I really appreciate the fact that you do share those with the townspeople, because, again, speaking individually, I personally, benefit from the questions you ask and the information that you present. So I really do appreciate the work you do, and I'm certain that you get pushback for it. And, I am not giving you pushback for the tough questions. I'm commending you. Thank you very much. And Member Russell gets a gold star tonight. The rest of you, silver. There's nothing wrong with silver. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. John?
Yeah, I just wanted to just comment that with the last speaker, I agree with all the hard work that you folks on this Finance Committee do for us. Of course, you had really stepped up with, grabbing this with your busy schedule. And I'm very happy about it. And I think that overall, I think this entire board and its composition, including the addition of Mr. Rupp, is an excellent board for us to be able to ask the hard questions and you folks be able to answer. And I just wanted to commend that as well.
Can I have a gold star?
Yes, I will give you a gold star. So you all get a gold star. But, like the last speaker said, silver is not that bad. but other than that, I think that overall, this is, you guys have really worked really hard in this budget season. You guys have done a fantastic job. Last year was rough and everybody had difficulty. We pushed through it, but this year, I think last year was a learning curve that put us on the right track this year. And I really appreciate everything you guys do.
Thank you, John. right, I don't see any more public. Any public comment from the board? Public comment? All right. With that, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
We're so moved. That one, second.
All right. We all have our rules. All right, roll call vote. Tom?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Tanya? Aye. Jean? Aye. All right, aye. We are adjourned. Thank you all. Thank you for a good budget season.
Thank you all.
Secondary charger.
This one proposed this. This one's trying to get into my pocket. Just
Well,
take
they
my
are.
Well, take my word for it on the date.
God.
If you